Chapter 1696. The Buddhists were led by Hing Chi and the others. There was a world of difference between the 18 Luo formations and the boundless sex Luo formations. Another 18 Luo formations. Let's just break them. Yi Piaoling's battle intent blazed from within the golden-winged rock's phantom. She used her supreme power and her divine ring appeared in the sky. With a single thought, the 18 celestial guards understood. The formation changed and the demonic beast phantoms disappeared. Amidst the surging dark clouds, 18 bloody auras swept out in all directions. In an instant, the 18 celestial guards gathered together and transformed into a ferocious phantom that was several thousand feet tall. It was like a demon lord had come into being. Its murderous aura filled the sky and made people's hearts palpitate. Break, the ferocious phantom opened its mouth. Its voice boomed like thunder as it suppressed the 18 Luo formations with great might. Boundless light shot out from the void and directly destroyed the 18 Luo formations. Enter! The ferocious phantom transformed into 18 streaks of light. The 18 celestial guards took the lead and entered the sovereign's tomb. Enter! At the same time, Qi Jiajun and Du Yunlong broke out of the encirclement and entered the sovereign's tomb. Whoosh! Next, Hui Yuan of the famed clan silently broke out of the encirclement and entered the sovereign's tomb. He lost to Du Xiaofu. Right now, he wasn't in the mood to watch Du Xiaofu's battle anymore. He wanted to fight for the greatest opportunity in the sovereign's tomb. Only then would he have a chance to surpass Du Xiaofu again. Screech! Next, several phoenixes appeared. They flapped their wings and broke out of the encirclement. They transformed into 3 extraordinary men and 2 alluring women. But in the end, only 1 man and 1 woman entered the sovereign's tomb. The rest were immediately blocked by other powerful creatures. Roar! Several powerful demonic beasts from the beast region soared into the sky and successfully broke out of the encirclement. After paying a heavy price, they forced their way into the sovereign's tomb. Screech! Screech! A screech pierced through the clouds and cracked stone. The ghost chariot violently charged out of the chaotic battle. Blood-red runes erupted. Its body resembled a phoenix and a luan. Its entire body glowed with blood-red light, but it looked ferocious. Its 9 heads roared, and the sound waves reverberated in all directions. Its ferocious aura was enough to shock the world and make ghosts and gods weep. Roar! The illusionary spirit Tiger King charged out, having acquired the legacy of the ancient white tiger. Now that he was a paragon, he could sweep through almost anything, and could even compete with the top experts of the various great clans. Roar! The little tiger rushed out. The darkness heavenly tiger's aura was even more ferocious than the white tiger inheritance's aura on the phantom Tiger King. Black runes soared into the sky, breaking through the encirclement and entering the supreme tomb with the phantom Tiger King. Among the crowd there were 2 strange figures. They wore robes and hats and wore black patterned masks. Only their eyes were exposed, but they possessed astonishing strength. Their actions were clean and efficient, directly slaughtering their way out and entering the Supreme Being tomb. Charge! Seeing that many people had already entered the Supreme Tomb, the void creatures became even more violent. The living beings had already fought until their eyes were red. Accompanied by a lot of bloody mist and miserable cries, the entire scene gradually went out of control. The struggle had already turned into a great calamity. All of the creatures wanted to enter the Supreme Being tomb, and no one was willing to back down. Kaka! In the strongest battle above, the huge purple-gold thunder rock gradually cracked and was being suppressed. Moksha was attacking with all his strength. He had the power of a perfected supreme nirvana, and his body also had terrifying spiritual lightning. It was even more powerful than Jialo Jumi's 9 underworld demonic lightning. Moksha's storm-like attacks were activated and suppressed. He wanted to kill Du Xiaofu. At this moment, the soul-extinguishing Thunder Soul seed still hadn't left. The soul-extinguishing Thunder Soul Seed was originally attracted to Du Xiaofu and Moksha's lightning aura. After sensing Moksha's spiritual lightning aura, it jumped up. It felt close to him, but it also felt instinctive fear and apprehension. Du Xiaofu was attacking with all his strength. The purple-gold thunder rock soared into the sky, flapping its wings and activating all kinds of profound mysteries. Although Du Xiaofu still hadn't activated his pulse soul, he was fighting with all his strength at this point. It wasn't necessarily a good thing to use more method. It would only distract him. The power of the Meridian Spirit was extremely strong. However, Du Xiaofu knew that at this moment, it would be hard for it to surpass his own nirvana power. Perfected Supreme Nirvana. Du Xiaofu was also comprehending the perfected Supreme Nirvana on Moksha's body. Moksha reaching this step was beyond Du Xiaofu's expectations. For a long time, Du Xiaofu had thought that he was able to look down on his peers and had never been defeated. Even when he fought with Moksha in Tianhuang mainland, it was a draw. But at this moment, seeing Moksha's perfected Supreme Nirvana, Du Xiaofu's heart trembled. There was always someone better. He was already able to suppress his peers from the 9 great families, but it didn't mean anything. At this moment, Moksha had already reached the 10th wheel of perfected Supreme Nirvana, which made Du Xiaofu's heart tremble. The nirvanic power of a perfected Grand Sovereign was too powerful. Du Xiaofu felt a kind of natural perfection from it. It was as if it was invulnerable, and he couldn't find any flaws. This is the perfected Supreme Nirvana. Du Xiaofu seemed to have comprehended something, and was even more shocked that Moksha had reached this step. This step was like reaching perfection, flawless and flawless. I have already reached perfection, and you are only at the perfected Supreme Nirvana. You are still one step away from reaching the first heaven. You are no longer my opponent. Moksha's figure appeared in the void of the 10th wheel of the divine ring, with a sneer in his eyes. He was like a peerless demon lord, and his aura was terrifying. Ka, the purple-gold thunder rock's shadow cracked even faster, and the golden talismans were cracking. The lightning arcs were collapsing, and it was getting harder and harder to hold on. At this moment, the surrounding creatures didn't dare to get close to the battle between the two, and all of them stayed far away. The aftermath of the battle wasn't something they could be affected by. Once they were swept by the aftermath, they would be torn apart. Rumble! The power of the perfected Supreme Nirvana, and the lightning spirit was in the sky. Moksha was constantly bombarding Du Xiaofu, wanting to destroy the void. The strange armor on his body was releasing demonic chi and lightning arcs, and the aura was terrifying. Break! Moksha shouted. The nirvana strength of a complete supremacy swept out, creating a heavenly sound. The void surged and rumbled, shaking the heavens and the earth. Walala, under the destructive suppression, Du Xiaofu's huge purple-gold thunder rock's shadow was finally crushed, and it turned into broken lightning arcs and golden talismans before disappearing, revealing his figure. At this moment, Du Xiaofu was being suppressed by Moksha's perfected Supreme Nirvana. The 9 divine rings above his head were also being suppressed by the 10 divine rings, and they were about to be extinguished. Is the Demon King going to be defeated? On the stone platform in the square, the Supremes were watching intently. They didn't even fight for the Supreme Tomb, as they wanted to know the result of the battle between the two. Looking at Du Xiaofu being suppressed, Su Muxin, Qi Yeshi, and Sima Muhan were all looking serious. Walala, at the same time, the entrance of the Supreme Tomb began to rotate again after the powerful creatures entered, causing the square's stone platform to tremble, and the ancient aura that spanned across time and space fluctuated. Not good, the entrance of the Supreme Tomb is about to close. In an instant, everyone exclaimed. The Supreme Tomb had only been open for a short while, and it was about to close again. The Supreme Tomb was about to close, and the Supremes on the stone platform began to worry. Swoosh, swoosh, some of the Supremes started to move, and Hung Luan, Su Yangzi, and the others didn't dare to delay any longer. Mo Runan, Huang Ling and the others didn't dare to wait any longer. There wasn't much time left, and they had to fight to enter the Supreme Tomb. Du Xiaofu looked at the Supreme Tomb that was about to close, and his brows twitched. He then said to Du Xiaoyao, Little Xingxing, Su Muxin, Qi Yeshi, Du Xiaoyao, Jialo Jiyu, Jialo Kaling, and the others, I'm fine, let's enter the Supreme Tomb. Enter. As Du Xiaofu's voice fell, Du Xiaoyao, Little Xingxing, and Jialo Jiuyu's eyes shone with divine light, and their figures instantly soared into the sky. The hornless dragon and the others also joined in the fight. You guys go in too, Moksha said, as if to Jialo Jiyu and the others. Boom. In an instant, Jialo Jiuyu and the mysterious purple-robed figure soared into the sky. Behind them, the auras of many devil religion experts erupted, and they soared into the sky like bolts of lightning. Jiangchen looked at the Supreme Tomb that was about to close, and then looked at the battle between Du Xiaofu and Moksha. His figure soared into the sky, and his baleful aura overflowed. He flew towards the Supreme Tomb, and no one could stop him. Bang, 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 as these supreme beings started to attack, the surrounding void started to tremble violently. The void started to crumble and sink. Rumble, pressure filled the sky, and many divine rings like divine flames appeared in the void, bringing with them a vast and mighty pressure. Boom! Mo Runan's body was covered in blue light, and 6 divine rings surged out. She was also a nirvana supremacy. Rumble! Zhou Xiaolua's beautiful figure soared into the sky, and 9 divine rings appeared in the sky. Zhou Xiaolua's identity as a nirvana supremacy shook the world. Lian Qinyan, fire cloud evil god, the green-robed youth full of vitality, and the black-robed youth with hellish eyes, all of them erupted with power. They were all nirvana supremacy, and they were not below Qi Yeshi, Mo Runan, Kong Sansi, and the others. This was a true gathering of supremes, and they rampaged through the void. Under the heavenly pressure, those who were not nirvana supremacy could not get close at all. Ordinary creatures were directly suppressed by this vast heavenly pressure. The Xian Qi in their bodies solidified, and their souls trembled. These supremes did not attack each other. They only wanted to enter the Supreme Tomb, and the surrounding creatures were forced to retreat under their pressure. This group of supremes entered the Supreme Tomb one after another, and no one dared to stop them. Jialo Juyu soared into the sky, and black runes surged, incomparably domineering. He had 7 divine rings, and he was the same as Dongli Qingqing. The strange purple-robed figure from the devil religion had 6 divine rings, and he was also a nirvana supremacy. On the stone platform, the heavenly fiend Yeluhan, who had been in seclusion to heal himself, woke up. He looked at the void above him, and his supremacy power was activated. Baleful aura surged, and his figure soared into the sky. At this moment, the commotion in the void above the plaza was too terrifying. The pressure made all living creatures tremble, and their faces were filled with shock. The elders of the various clans were also dumbfounded. The last time the divine domain opened, it had the most nirvana supremacy. This large group of nirvana supremacy gathered together, and it was unlikely to be seen in the outside world. The pressure was so imposing that it made all living creatures tremble, but the visual impact was also unparalleled. Fight. In the distant void of the square, there were a dozen figures flying over at lightning speed. One of them was a man and the other was a woman. They looked majestic and graceful. Above their heads, there were 7 and 9 divine rings respectively. One of them was a nirvana cultivator who wasn't any weaker than Dong Li Qing Qing. The other was a nirvana cultivator who was a terrifying nirvana cultivator. Behind these 2 nirvana supremacy, a dozen more figures arrived in the plaza. Their auras fluctuated, and they were neither humans nor beasts, but demons. The first was a beautiful woman. She was Hong Enai, who was familiar with Huang Ling in the legalism realm. As the supremacy of the void crossed, the supremacy tomb became dimmer and dimmer. The entrance was also dimming, and the ancient aura that crossed through time and space became weaker and weaker. The supremacy tomb was about to completely close. "You've lost. What else can you use to resist?" Moksha shouted. He couldn't waste any more time. At this moment, he was the only one standing in the void. His entire body was filled with monstrous demonic aura, and he emitted a destructive might. A hand seal in his hand contained a great momentum, and it emitted a heavenly sound. It carried the phenomenon of stars shifting as it slammed towards Du Xiaofu. This palm caused the void to tremble. Its power was too terrifying, and all living creatures were overwhelmed with shock. At this moment, some living creatures were looking at Du Xiaofu from afar. They were like candles swaying in the wind, about to be extinguished in the face of a hurricane. Chapter 1697. Crack, crack. The surrounding void was also filled with cracks, revealing a pitch-black light that suppressed Du Xiaofu with a destructive force. I wonder if a perfected Grand Sovereign or an 8 trigrams is stronger. At this moment, Du Xiaofu wasn't worried at all. His hand seals were condensed, and with a thought, the ancient runes around his body suddenly rippled. At this moment, an 8 trigrams diagram suddenly appeared in the void around Du Xiaofu. Boom! The void trembled, and the 8 trigrams diagram connected with each other, turning into a dazzling divine ring that spread out in all directions. An immense power instantly descended upon the square. In just a short moment, when the 8 trigrams diagram appeared, Moksha's perfected Grand Sovereign's Nirvana aura that enveloped Du Xiaofu was suddenly pushed aside. Roar! In an instant, the 8 trigrams diagram around Du Xiaofu was filled with the cries of thousands of beasts, the descent of lightning, the evolution of mountains and lakes, the alternation of wind, rain, thunder, and lightning, the changes of the sun, moon, and stars, the shifting of mountains and rivers, and the flapping of the wings of the golden-winged Great Pung. When the 8 trigrams diagram appeared, Moksha's eyes suddenly changed color. His destructive palm fell, but was blocked by the 8 trigrams diagram in the void, and was then dissolved by the ancient runes. Moksha's eyes trembled, and his eyes, which were wrapped in demonic chi, trembled violently. There was an aura in the strange diagram that suddenly made him tremble. The aura was vast and boundless, and it descended upon his heart for no reason. He had never seen such a vast aura before. Rumble! At this moment, Du Xiaojing, who had been refining his divine soul with lightning, finally stopped. He opened his eyes and lightning flashed. 10 divine rings appeared in the sky, and the sound of heaven exploded, as if thousands of war drums were beating at the same time. "Who dares to touch my brother?" Du Xiaojing soared into the sky, and 10 divine rings appeared in the sky. That was the might of an innate sacred venerable, and his eyes were as bright as lightning, with lightning rippling in them. At this moment, the thunder martial vein covered the surface of Du Xiaojing's body. His aura was vast and boundless. Moksha's expression changed. Facing an innate holy venerate, he felt absolute pressure. Moreover, Du Xiaofu was here. "Xiaojing, drunkard dad, wait for me in the Supreme Tomb. Let's go." Du Xiaofu spoke. The Supreme Being Tomb was about to close. If they didn't enter now, they wouldn't have many chances left. "Xiaojing, let's enter the Supreme Tomb first," Du Tingxian said. He had no intention of interfering in the battle in the void. That was his son. If he had to fight him together, then he would not be his son, and he would not be Du Tingxian. "Brother, be careful." Du Xiaojing hesitated for a moment before nodding. Then, he leaped towards the entrance of the Supreme Tomb that was gradually closing. "Then let's continue." As Du Xiaofu spoke, he had already formed a seal in his hands. The entire void was rippling. With him as the center, the 8 trigrams in the void continued to expand. Du Xiaofu stood in the middle of the 8 trigrams like a holy spirit in the sky. Hand seals continued to form as the 8 trigrams changed, deduced, and derived at the same time. Du Xiaofu muttered something under his breath. Upper Kun and lower Li, earth fire bright, break. Upper Qian and lower Du, heavenly Luo trigrams break. Upper Qian and lower Li, heavenly Luo trigrams break. Du Xiaofu spoke, and a series of strange hand seals condensed. At the same time, the 8 trigrams changed, and a vast pressure was revealed in the void. Rumble, all of a sudden, lightning stars appeared in the sky. Raging flames burned, and mountains and rivers moved. The void was collapsing. The destructive aura shrouded this part of the world. The entire space of the divine realm seemed to be affected at this moment. The earth shook and the mountains shook. Heaven and earth were resonating. Bright runes were like the sea, surging with stormy waves. Under this terrifying force of heaven and earth, Moksha's nirvana power enveloped the void. It began to tremble and was on the verge of collapse. Heaven above and earth below, heavenly thunder destruction. Du Xiaofu's hand seals changed again. Waves appeared on the 8 trigrams again. Lightning flashed and thunder rumbled. Bright runes intertwined and traversed the universe. Finally, the nirvana power of Moksha's nirvana cracked. Divine light erupted in the void. The 10 divine rings suddenly began to dim. The surrounding void was collapsing inch by inch and was annihilated. Du Xiaofu broke out. His eyes were purple and gold like lightning. The 8 trigrams around him shone brightly. He rushed out, gathered a palm, and slammed it towards Moksha. This palm was accompanied by the 8 trigrams. Runes intertwined, and all kinds of strange phenomena appeared in the sky. It turned into a bright light screen. It was as if the world was shaking. This palm was too terrifying. It caused the heaven and earth to roar. Accompanied by the force of heaven and earth, the light screen covered the sky. It was as if the Holy Spirit had descended. At this moment, Du Xiaofu seemed to have merged with heaven and earth. Carrying the billowing might of heaven, he went straight for Moksha, making it impossible for him to dodge. Moksha didn't dodge. The dim 10 divine rings were still shining. They gathered into a fist and lingered around it. Demonic aura surged and burst out a dazzling light. Finally, they collided together. Unexpectedly, there wasn't much noise from this collision. But in an instant, divine light shone brightly and a vast aura poured into the void. Under the horrified gazes, the 10 divine rings around Moksha's fist shattered inch by inch. Around Du Xiaofu's palm, the 8 trigrams, which carried the force of heaven and earth, also cracked. That terrifying scene seemed to have torn the void apart. Puff! Moksha spat out a mouthful of blood as his body was sent flying. Du Xiaofu's mouth was also bleeding. At the same time, a flowing light flashed out from between his eyebrows. His figure flashed across the void quickly. Thunderbolts burst out from his palm and suppressed the thunder martial vein. It densely covered the void and imprisoned the soul-destroying heavenly thunder soul seed in the void. At this moment, the soul-destroying heavenly thunder soul seed seemed to be instinctively afraid. Dazzling thunderbolts burst out and immediately tried to break free from Du Xiaofu's imprisonment. But it was too late. The soul-destroying heavenly thunder soul seed was trapped in the void by Du Xiaofu. Moksha, who was forced back and spat out blood, stretched out his palm in panic. Demonic energy and the power of spiritual thunder burst out and twisted the void in front of his eyebrows. An invisible flowing light appeared and revealed a bright long needle. This long needle fluctuated with electric arcs and quietly pierced through the void. It could kill people silently. This was the soul-destroying spiritual needle that Du Xiaofu had refined. But it couldn't escape from Moksha's prying eyes. He blocked it and crushed the long needle. At the same time, Moksha's face turned gloomy. In the void in front of him, the soul-destroying heavenly thunder soul seed was about to fall into Du Xiaofu's hands. He wanted to stop it, but it was already too late. Without any hesitation, Moksha's figure instantly rushed towards the supreme tomb. The entrance was almost closed. Countless creatures were still fighting for the last time after the supreme martial artists crossed. It was extremely tragic and the battle was boiling. Get lost! Moksha crossed. Demonic energy overflowed into the sky. His whole body became bright again, as if he had used some kind of secret technique. His speed was even faster than lightning. Wherever he passed, the void collapsed. Lightning flashed and thunder rumbled. It was as if the universe had turned upside down. Bang, 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 the surrounding creatures couldn't stop him. They were shattered one after another, and blood rained down from the sky. In an instant, Moksha was close to the supreme tomb. Whoosh! Du Xiaofu imprisoned the soul-destroying heavenly thunder soul seed. He flapped his wings and flew forward. Compared to when he was in Moksha, his speed was even faster. You will pay the price, Moksha sneered. As if he was already prepared in his heart, he waved his hand and a vast demonic energy flew out. It instantly exploded and shattered the void. Rumble, this terrifying demonic energy exploded. Energy surged, the space was turbulent, and the heaven and earth trembled. A terrifying force swept towards Du Xiaofu. Break! Du Xiaofu burst out with purple-gold lightning. His body crossed the void, and under that terrifying force, faint golden blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth. But in this short moment, Moksha had already entered the entrance of the Supreme Tomb. The Supreme Tomb is not fated with you. You and I will fight another day. Moksha sneered. After Emochi entered last, the Supreme Tomb was completely closed. Du Xiaofu was stopped. He was only slow for a moment, but it was too late. Boom! The Supreme Being's tomb, which seemed to be in a parallel world, finally disappeared like a mirage. The mysterious runes on the stone platform in the square also began to dim. Everything calmed down like the wind. Du Xiaofu stood in front of the entrance of the Supreme Tomb. He was half a step slower, but he had already missed it. Chapter 1698. Damn it, I was just a step slower. Damn it, if it wasn't for the people from Yu Tianmen stopping me, I would have entered the tomb. From today onwards, I won't let the people from Yu Tianmen off. Seeing the Supreme Tomb disappear, the eyes of countless living beings dimmed. Some of them were furious, and their hearts were filled with regret. This was the last time the divine domain opened, and the Supreme Tomb would never appear again. It was rumored that the greatest opportunity in the divine domain had already passed them by, and they had no chance of entering it. The demon king Du Xiaofu also didn't enter. Many people also noticed Du Xiaofu at the first moment. The terrifying demon king, one of the strongest existences in his generation, also didn't enter the Supreme Tomb. He fought against the devil religion's Moksha and obtained the spiritual Thunder Soul Seed, but he missed the chance to enter the Supreme Tomb. The spiritual Thunder Soul Seed or the chance to enter the Supreme Tomb, I wonder which one is the most worthwhile. Someone discussed in a low voice. Even the demon king Du Xiaofu didn't enter the Supreme Tomb. This made those who didn't enter the Supreme Tomb suddenly feel a little better. The number of people who entered the Supreme Tomb this time is the highest. There should be no less than 200 to 300 people. It's rumored that the number of people who entered the Supreme Tomb in the past was at most less than 100. This is the last time the divine domain opened, and there are changes everywhere. Some of the older members of the major clans spoke, some were regretful, and some were excited. There were disciples of the major clans who entered the Supreme Tomb, but they regretted that they didn't have the opportunity to enter, and couldn't compete with the younger generation. Thinking about it, the desolate country has the highest number of people who entered. At the beginning, the Supreme Tomb didn't move, but the 18 heavenly guards and the others already swept the entire place. Everyone discussed, and many figures came to Du Xiaofu's side. They were all disciples and experts from Tianwu Academy, Hehuan School, Desolate Country, and the Golden-Winged Rock Race. We missed it. The master apothecary Yi Wuming spoke. The child of the divine matrix, Zhen Qingchun, had entered the supreme tomb, but he had not. Du Xiaofu turned around and looked at the remaining people. There weren't many people from the Desolate Nation, Heavenly Beast Hall, Golden-Winged Rock Race, and Hehuan School that had entered the supreme tomb. However, Big Sister Du Xiaoman, Second Brother Du Yunlong, 18 Celestial Guards, Ghost Chariot, Qin Demon, Little Ying, Violent Bear King, Little Qing, Little Tiger, General, Gu Xinyan, Lin Weiqi, and Eastern Diao had all entered. Second Martial Ant Yu Xianzi and Sixth Martial Ant Purple Tianzuan had also entered. In addition, senior brothers Sima Taxing and Su Mayan should have also entered the Supreme Tomb. However, Ghost Baby, Tao Yu Jijian, the Laughing Rakshasa, Tang Miling, and the Black Dragon King did not enter. Du Xiaofu had been paying attention to the intense battle to enter the Supreme Tomb. The 9 great clans, the Phoenix race, and other top forces were all making their moves together. It was easy to imagine how difficult it would be to break through. Sweeping his gaze across the entire place, Du Xiaofu immediately had an idea in his heart. In comparison, the Desolate Nation was not at a disadvantage in terms of the number of people who had entered the Supreme Tomb. Xiaofu, entering the Supreme Tomb does not guarantee that you will be able to fight for opportunities. There are also great dangers. Rumor has it that the tomb is specially used to bury supreme beings. It is not necessarily a bad thing. Gu Qingyang stepped forward. His white robe fluttered slightly and his white beard fluttered. He had the demeanor of a peerless expert. However, when he opened his mouth to speak, it affected his image. "Master, I am fine." Du Xiaofu smiled at his master Gu Qingyang. He knew that his master was comforting him. He was afraid that he would not be able to let go of his worries before entering the Supreme Tomb. Although he was unable to enter the Supreme Tomb, Du Xiaofu was indeed extremely regretful. Before this, he did not fight for opportunities in the divine domain. He was walking his own path. However, it was said that the greatest opportunity in the Supreme Tomb was something that Du Xiaofu did not want to miss. He wanted to fight for it. However, in the end, he missed it and did not enter the Supreme Tomb. Although he was regretful, Du Xiaofu was not that worried. If he continued to search for opportunities in the divine domain, he would not be able to comprehend the 8 trigrams profound. No matter how great the opportunity was, could it be compared to Moksha's nirvana of the great perfection realm? That was an unknown. From the current situation, Du Xiaofu knew that walking his own path was undoubtedly the right choice. Not being able to enter the Supreme Tomb was a regret, and it was also the will of the heavens. It's good that junior brother does not take it to heart. The path of cultivation is one's own. In the current younger generation, legalism, dragons, school of vertical and horizontal have countless resources. Qin Wudi, Long San, and the others are not junior brother's opponents. Therefore, no matter how great the opportunity is, cultivation is still one's own. Jian Santong, Yuanli, and the others stepped forward and said to Du Xiaofu, "Thank you for your teachings, senior brother." Du Xiaofu nodded. "Kid, don't make fun of us." Yuanli, Jian Santong, and the others' faces turned red. How could they have the qualifications to teach in front of this guy? But at this moment they were praising in their hearts. Their master did not misjudge this junior brother. Even with his current status and strength, junior brother had always placed the elders in his heart. In front of the elders, he did not show any arrogance or disrespect. This kind of temperament was even more precious than talent. The Supreme Tomb is already closed. According to the usual practice, they will come out in a few months at most, or a month at least. As for whether or not someone can obtain the greatest opportunity this time, that is unknown. I wonder if there will be any Nirvana sovereigns who will die this time. Gu Qingyang sighed softly. Du Xiaofu's gaze swept across the surrounding people. Looking at some familiar faces, and then at the Supreme Tomb that disappeared, He said to his master Gu Qingyang and master apothecary Yi Wuming, "Master, old Yi, I will go into seclusion alone for a period of time. Okay, be careful. Although this is the center of the God domain, there are still many dangerous places in the entire God domain." Gu Qingyang said. He was not afraid that his disciple would meet any strong expert. In this God domain, there was probably no one who could do anything to him. However, there were still many dangerous places in the God domain. Every step was dangerous, so he had to be careful. Du Xiaofu nodded. Soon after, he sensed that there were still some strange people from the devil religion in this square, and they were quietly trying to leave. Without any hesitation, Du Xiaofu's figure flashed out and directly pounced towards the devil religion. He had a great enmity with them. These people from the devil religion had already quietly retreated, but they did not manage to avoid the calamity. None of these people from the devil religion were a match for Du Xiaofu. They were all killed by Du Xiaofu in an instant, and they could not even escape. Some people recognized these people from the devil religion. They were all people of the older generation who had disappeared from Kyushu for a long time. They did not expect that they would all become members of the devil religion. After killing the few people from the devil religion, Du Xiaofu then chatted with his master, old Yi, Tang Miling and the others for a while before flying away. He missed the supreme tomb, so he wanted to go into seclusion. He did not expect that he would fall behind those supremes who entered the supreme tomb. Gu Qingyang said. He more or less knew about his disciple. Let's disperse. The supreme tomb has already closed. Go and look for other opportunities. When those supremes and supremes who entered the supreme tomb come out, everyone will be pushed out. There must be other opportunities in the God domain. This is the last time the God domain opens. It's the last chance. The God domain is suitable for cultivation. I want to spend some time comprehending it. Hopefully, I can take another step forward. On the square, some people began to disperse and no longer gathered in the square. After a few hours, Du Xiaofu appeared in a hidden abyss. Relying on the redbone horse monkey's talent, Du Xiaofu found a natural cave in the abyss. There was a medicinal fragrance in the cave, and there was also a spiritual pool filled with multicolored light. Bathing in the spiritual pool could cleanse the body. It was enough to speed up the recovery of an ordinary living being's injured body. It also had the effect of washing the bones and washing the marrow. However, this spiritual liquid was of no use to Du Xiaofu, who had an indestructible Xian body. Du Xiaofu was only looking for a paradise to go into seclusion for a while. Although he did not enter the supreme tomb, Du Xiaofu still had the soul-extinguishing thunder soul seed in his body. He wanted to try fusing with it. If his primordial spirit could fuse with another soul seed, although it was dangerous, once he succeeded, Du Xiaofu knew that he would be able to obtain great benefits again. The strength of his primordial spirit would also increase by a lot. However, Du Xiaofu did not plan to fuse with the soul-extinguishing thunder soul seed immediately. Instead, he planned to go into seclusion to comprehend for a while. Chapter 1699. The recent series of Supreme Martial Artists duels. Lian Qingrong, Tian Sha, Tian Lang, Qin Wudi, and Mo Sha were all accumulations for Du Xiaofu. Du Xiaofu had gained a lot of insights from the repeated battles, and he had benefited greatly. It was like a battle between two chess experts. It was a fierce battle, but in the end, both sides were able to benefit from it. In terms of insights, Du Xiaofu's comprehension had always been outstanding. Otherwise, how could he comprehend the way of the overbearing fist, way of the overbearing qi, way of the overbearing sword, and so on? Ever since he left the Stone City, his name had shaken Kyushu in just a dozen years. He suppressed his peers from the 9 great clans, and even recently comprehended the 8 trigrams profound. Such talent and elegance was enough to lead the glory of the ancient era when the Supremes were fighting for supremacy. He was able to compete with the Supremes of the ancient era. At this moment, Du Xiaofu planned to heal his injuries, cultivate and comprehend. Du Xiaofu had never fought with so many experts of the same generation like he did in the divine domain. Especially in the final battle with Moksha, he used all his strength. At this moment, Du Xiaofu recalled and understood. The recent battles had given Du Xiaofu some insight. Since he couldn't enter the Supreme Tomb, he would consume these insights and comprehend them in his heart. Comprehend calmly, consolidate his foundation, and pave the way for improving his realm. Forge his true self to the extreme. This was what Du Xiaofu wanted to do now. True self nirvana. This realm was not difficult for people to understand its true mysteries. Finding the true self and forging it was an important realm on the path of cultivation. After setting up a restriction, he summoned the ancient desolate space and sat cross-legged. Du Xiaofu healed his injuries and comprehended. In the battle with Moksha, Du Xiaofu also suffered injuries. Although they were not serious, they were not light either. However, for Du Xiaofu, with the immortal Xian body, it was not a big problem. Walala, a moment later, golden light rippled around Du Xiaofu's body as golden talisman runes appeared. After that, Du Xiaofu immersed himself in his comprehension in this hidden abyss within the desolate ancient space. He wanted to calm himself down and go into seclusion to comprehend for a period of time. Time slowly passed. The appearance of the Supreme Being tomb caused an uproar within the divine domain. Intense battles broke out. The group of heavenly geniuses fought against each other, shocking everyone. Especially the appearance of numerous grand exalted nirvanas, it caused the heavens and the earth to rumble, and it caused all the top figures of the younger generation in the world to prostrate themselves in worship. And the most shocking was the demon king, Du Xiaofu. Du Tingxian had killed Qin Wudi and Gongsun Wuji. The battle was truly shocking. The strength and ferocity of Du Xiaoyao and the little dragon girl had also left an indelible mark in the depths of everyone's minds. The final battle between the Demon King, Du Xiaofu, and the devil religion, Moksha, was still a hot topic after it ended. After the opening and closing of the Supreme Being tomb, the suppression is still weakening. It's getting smaller and smaller. On a towering mountain, an old man spoke. His eyes were filled with doubt and joy. Such a situation was undoubtedly extremely advantageous for the older generation of powerhouses like them. Are there any changes in your realms? An old man asked the disciples of his sect who had not reached the initial domain of the martial domain realm. No, it's still the initial domain of the martial domain realm. A young disciple replied. Unbelievable. It must be the final opening of the divine domain that caused a complete change. An old man said excitedly. In the Chern Huang mainland, everyone was solemn, nervous, and expectant. From the mouths of those who had been sent out by the life-saving talismans, the various forces and experts of the Chern Huang mainland were the first to know about the opening of the Supreme Being tomb. The news of the Nirvana sovereigns gushing out from the various forces also spread out, causing the various forces to be shocked. And when the large group of Nirvana sovereigns from the Huang country appeared, it also caused the experts of the Chern Huang mainland to be shocked. There are complete Nirvana sovereigns and innate sacred sovereigns appearing. Oh my God, they are all monsters! Complete Nirvana sovereigns, innate sacred sovereigns, legendary existences have also appeared in this world. The various forces were shocked. None of them were unmoved. The appearance of such a monstrous figure was definitely able to shoulder the great fortune of a clan. Who would have thought that the Demon King, Du Xiaofu, actually did not enter the Supreme Being tomb? Not being able to enter the Supreme Being tomb means that they have lost the qualification to fight for the greatest opportunity. What a pity! Legalism's Han Qianran is also dead. Legalism's previous efforts have been wasted this time. It's said that the innate holy sovereign Du Xiaojing is from the school of legalism. She's also the younger sister of the devil king Du Xiaofu, Du Tingshuan's daughter. Legalism seems to have hidden itself quite well. While everyone was in shock and anticipation, many discussions were spreading throughout the Chun Huang mainland. Du Xiaofu missed the greatest opportunity. It's a pity. The old lady spoke. Missing the greatest opportunity to fight for the Supreme Being tomb was a pity. No wonder legalism didn't even retain Du Xiaofu's nirvana sovereigns back then. It turns out that there was a hidden Du Xiaojing. Old monster Xing Hun said. Du Xiaojing was an innate sacred sovereign. She has always been hidden by legalism. From the attitude of Du Tingxian and Du Xiaofu, the legalism is most afraid that Du Tingxian and Du Xiaofu would affect Du Xiaojing. They would rather kill Du Xiaojing. Innate sacred sovereigns are what they value the most. Bing Mo said, "Little bastard, if you fall into my hands, I'll make sure you don't even have a corpse left." On a towering mountain peak in the distance, Li Chunfa's eyes were spitting fire. His aura collapsed for no reason, causing the clouds to move. In the end, Han Qianran was also killed. This destroyed one of legalism's hope. Moreover, Han Qianran had endured so much pressure in the divine dominion, and had even reached the half-step nirvana sovereign level. It was enough to show that his potential was limitless. Innate sacred sovereign. Du Xiaojing's existence is the reason why legalism let the father and son go back then. Gongsun Hua's expression was uncertain. The school of vertical and horizontal had always suspected this, but he didn't expect legalism to have an innate sacred sovereign hidden. Moreover, she was the daughter of Du Tingxian and Han Aodong. At this moment, the school of vertical and horizontal supremes in the divine dominion had all been wiped out. Although legalism had also suffered heavy losses, it wouldn't lose out to the school of vertical and horizontal. However, they still had one innate sacred sovereign, and she was Du Tingshuan's daughter and Du Xiaofu's sister. This was definitely not a good thing for the school of vertical and horizontal. In fact, Gongsun Hua couldn't help but suspect that if legalism pulled Du Tingxian and Du Xiaofu into legalism, together with the large group of nirvana sovereigns, then the school of vertical and horizontal would suffer heavy losses, while legalism would gain great benefit. That would be the greatest loss for the school of vertical and horizontal. However, Gongsun Hua was just thinking about it. With Du Xiaofu and Du Tingshuan's murderous intent towards legalism, it was unlikely that they would be recruited. He was just afraid that legalism would lower its head to rope in Du Tingxian and his son, and use Han Aodong to persuade them. Then, the outcome would be difficult to predict. Gongsun Hua, that's not the point. Li Chunfa didn't want to be entangled with Gongsun Hua on this matter. This was indeed one of the reasons. He transmitted his voice to Gongsun Hua and Long Ting. This is a godsend opportunity. Du Xiaofu, that little bastard, hasn't entered the Supreme Tomb. He's still in the Divine Dominion. As long as we can enter, we can definitely kill him. Otherwise, he'll be a real threat to us. I've been testing the Divine Dominion. Ever since the Supreme Tomb opened, the confinement has been getting smaller and smaller. Long Ting transmitted his voice. Dragons were gifted in the aspect of souls. This was his forte. In this aspect, he surpassed Li Chunfa and Gongsun Hua. My school of vertical and horizontal has received news that the forces we can use inside are getting larger and larger. Now it's almost no longer suppressed. Gongsun Yen transmitted her voice to Long Ting. Dragons have horns of the true dragon. They can resist the suppression of the divine dominion. I believe they must have other treasures, right? This, Long Ting's eyes trembled. He had already determined that the true dragon horns on Dragon 3 and Dragon 4 had fallen into the hands of that little bastard Du Xiaofu. That was the clan treasure of the dragons. They had already suffered heavy losses. Even if they took out other treasures, the dragons weren't a treasure trove. Treasures like the true dragon horns weren't something the dragons could have. Long Ting, even if we have a way to enter, our cultivation will still be suppressed in the divine dominion. We won't be able to kill that little bastard. all our previous efforts will be wasted. If the dragons have any treasures, then take them out. When we kill that little bastard, the true dragon horns will still belong to you dragons. Otherwise, it won't be good for the three of us, Gongsun Hua said to Longting. The true dragon horns are definitely on that little bastard. When the time comes, it will naturally belong to the dragons. If the dragons still have treasures that can be used in the divine dominion, then we will have absolute confidence in killing that little bastard. Li Chunfa transmitted his voice. The dragons do have one more thing. It won't be under the true dragon horns. Most importantly, it can resist the suppression of the divine dominion. Longting gritted his teeth and nodded. If he could get the true dragon horns back, then it would be killing two birds with one stone. He then transmitted his voice to Li Chunfa and Gongsun Hua. Qin Tian asked, "Do you have a way to enter? If anything happens, we won't be able to bear the consequences. If we enter, I'm afraid we'll attract the attention of the golden-winged rocks, the Mahist family, the School of Agriculture, and the School of Inyang." Faced with the suppression of the divine dominion, cultivators who exceeded the boundary would be excluded. Those who forced their way in would be killed immediately. Li Chunfa had been attacked before, so Longting couldn't help but be wary. The suppression of the divine dominion is getting weaker and weaker. We don't have to go in personally. As long as we're careful, the golden-winged rocks and the School of Agriculture won't notice anything amiss. Just to be safe, I'll give it a try. If I succeed, then it'll be the end of that little bastard. He'll die without a doubt. Gongsun Hua gritted his teeth, a chill shooting out from between his teeth. Inside the divine dominion, everything was changing. The suppression of the divine dominion was getting weaker and weaker. Some of the old and strong independent cultivators were gradually able to use their full strength. Throughout the divine dominion, many ancient formations had appeared. Some dangerous places had mutated, and some well-hidden ancient ruins had appeared. The divine dominion was in an uproar again. The competition between the various parties had reached a desperate stage, and countless living beings had been killed. At the bottom of the abyss, Du Xiaofu's figure walked out. His face was ruddy, and he had changed into a purple robe. He stood with his hands behind his back. A gentle breeze blew, and his robe and hair fluttered. His entire demeanor was different from before, and he gave off a feeling of simplicity. It had been 3 months in the ancient barren space, which was equivalent to 10 days in the divine dominion. Du Xiaofu's injuries were completely healed, and he had recovered to his peak condition. Du Xiaofu had fully comprehended all the insights that he had accumulated during this period of time. He had made new progress in the nirvana stage of the true self, but it was still not enough. So Du Xiaofu walked out of the ancient barren space and went outside. He wanted to walk in the divine dominion and cultivate like he had before. Walala, a mountain range, exploded into pieces. A rain of light poured down, and a dazzling light filled the area. The aura shot into the clouds, and it was filled with an ancient aura. An ancient land had reappeared. Wung within a mountain stream, the sound of wind and thunder could be heard. It was like the sound of Sanskrit. Endless runes fluctuated in the air. That was the opening of an ancient ruin. The appearance of these ruins attracted all living creatures. There were opportunities, but there were also great dangers. Du Xiaofu did not participate. He just walked in a secluded and barren land. Sometimes, Du Xiaofu stood in front of a mountain in a daze. Sometimes, he stood on a river, motionless, allowing the tides to rise and fall. Sometimes, he stood on a plain and welcomed the howling winds. He did not move at all every time he was in a daze. Du Xiaofu's simple temperament seemed to become more obvious. But the light in his eyes became brighter, and his skin became more and more flawless. The sun was setting in the west. Du Xiaofu walked on the mountain range. Looking from afar, on the majestic and vast mountain range, there was a small figure, but it dragged a long shadow. When the sun had completely set, a group of stars appeared in the sky, shining brightly. On the mountain peak, Du Xiaofu raised his head slightly. His eyes surged with starlight. He sat cross-legged, and the starlight around him rippled. Walala, in the night sky, the stars seemed to be attracted. The river of stars shone brighter and brighter, as if there were stars approaching. The mountain peak released a dreamy light, and there was a vast aura descending. Little you, please continue writing. Everyone, please forgive me. Chapter 1700. Starlight rippled in the sky, and a vast aura surged. The mountains shook, and the surrounding creatures were shocked, not daring to get close. The next morning, when Du Xiaofu withdrew the starlight around him, the remnant stars in the sky also gradually disappeared. Du Xiaofu opened his eyes and starlight rippled in them. Then, he got up again and continued his cultivation. Whoosh whoosh, in a sea of clouds, Du Xiaofu used his hand as a sword, and the sword light cut through the void, cutting through the sea of clouds. At the peak of a mountain, Du Xiaofu spread his wings, and the golden wings of the rock flapped, causing a storm. It was as if he had transformed into a rock in human form, and golden light filled the sky as he spread his wings and soared. A few days later, at the peak of the towering mountain, waves appeared in the sea of clouds. Du Xiaofu sat cross-legged, and his body was enveloped in golden light. Golden talisman patterns flickered, as if there were small golden snakes shuttling back and forth. Chi on Du Xiaofu's back, where the rock's golden wings were pulled out by legalism, was now emitting a golden light. This light screen was undoubtedly brighter than before, as if something was about to break out of his body. What a strange feeling, so hot, so painful! This feeling made Du Xiaofu feel a piercing pain, as if something was about to break out of his body and tear his back apart. His bones were changing and his blood was boiling. Recently, when he was comprehending the rock's beast energy, Du Xiaofu realized that the reaction on his back was getting stronger, as if his body was mutating. Could it be? Suddenly, Du Xiaofu opened his eyes, and golden light shot out from his eyes. He said joyfully, "Could it be that I'm about to grow a pair of rock's golden wings?" This thought turned in Du Xiaofu's mind, and the feeling was too similar. As a human, Du Xiaofu cultivated the techniques of the rock race, and with the blood and bones of the rock race, he could naturally become one. However, Du Xiaofu was still somewhat different from a real golden-winged rock when it came to using the beast energy of the golden-winged rock race. The speed and ferocity of the real golden-winged rock were driven by its wings. It was already a miracle that Du Xiaofu could achieve what he had now. However, if he wanted to perfectly activate the true rock's beast energy, he would be naturally affected. This is the evolution of the golden-winged great rock. It is the effect of the golden-winged great rock's blood essence and bones. Perhaps it will succeed. Du Xiaofu made a decision in his heart. It was as if he had made a major discovery. He immediately sank into silence. Walala, Du Xiaofu was experimenting. His body was covered with dazzling golden talisman runes. His whole body was wrapped in circles of golden light, and the vast sea of clouds in the surroundings shone with golden light. A tyrannical and ferocious aura spread out. Countless golden talisman runes flashed out, carrying the tyrannical aura of the golden-winged great rock race. Then, those densely packed golden talisman runes directly lined up behind Du Xiaofu and condensed into a phantom of the golden-winged great rock. This phantom of the golden-winged great rock seemed to have been injected with life. It spread its wings and soared into the sky. Du Xiaofu also entered a strange state. He felt that he was like a real golden-winged great rock at this moment. Pale golden blood flowed in Du Xiaofu's body. There was blood essence boiling on his back, and the bones there were also undergoing huge changes. This kind of change was very terrifying. Ordinary people would not be able to withstand it at all. It was enough to torture them to death with broken bones. However, Du Xiaofu was different. He had the indestructible Xian body. The bones in his back were changing. Although it was painful and uncomfortable, under the effect of the indestructible Xian body, he could change and endure it. This was also a kind of miraculous coincidence. At this moment, if Du Xiaofu's body did not have the indestructible Xian body, he definitely would not be able to endure the changes of his bones. Boom! Behind Du Xiaofu, the phantom of the golden-winged great roc changed unpredictably. At one moment, it wanted to flap its wings and soar into the sky. At the next moment, it looked like it was looking down on all living things. Then, it turned into talisman runes again, and then it lined up and condensed again. In this state, Du Xiaofu calmed his heart and comprehended. He continued the comprehension of the golden-winged great roc race from the true roc secret realm. At this moment, Du Xiaofu was deep in exploration, exploring the vast golden-winged great roc beast energy and comprehending everything. Rumble! Rumble! Not long after, a faint rumbling sound was emitted from the mountain peak. A terrifying pressure swept out, and a terrifying scene appeared above the sea of clouds. A huge golden-winged great roc flapped its wings above the sea of clouds, shaking the sky and tearing the sea of clouds apart. Heavens, what is that? It's the golden-winged great roc. Far away from the mountains, someone looked up at the sky. There, golden light filled the air, and a terrifying scene appeared. Looking at it from afar, it made one's heart tremble. Immersed in the comprehension of the true roc beast energy, Du Xiaofu seemed to see the sky shaking. A terrifying golden-winged great roc crossed the river of stars and shook the 9 heavens. It could destroy stars one by one, and its screech shook the 9 heavens. It was incomparably terrifying. Is it someone from the golden-winged great roc race? In the distant sky, on the cliff of a canyon, there was a seal that cracked and dissolved. Then, a man in green clothes drilled out. The man looked at the distant void in front of him. He was wearing a green patterned robe. His shoulder-length hair danced in the wind, and his skin glowed. Runes fluctuated on his skin, and the phantom of the golden-winged great roc appeared. The strange scene in the sky made his eyes ripple. Du Xiaofu, you are the one who provoked me. The man had a sharp temperament. His thick eyebrows were slightly raised, and his face was resolute. However, at this moment, his eyes were emitting a bit of coldness. He was Heavenly Wolf Mo Tianxiao. Back then, he was severely injured by Du Xiaofu. He had been hiding in seclusion to heal his injuries, and had just come out. Looking at the phantom of the golden-winged great roc in the distant void, Mo Tianxiao felt a bit apprehensive. If it was Du Xiaofu, he wouldn't want to get close to him. However, he had suffered such a big loss last time, and now that the Supreme Tomb had opened, he had no chance to fight for it. He had lost the opportunity that he had prepared for thousands of years. How could Mo Tianxiao not be angry? If it was another golden-winged great roc, Mo Tianxiao would have attacked right now. Even if he didn't dare to openly kill a golden-winged great roc for fear of provoking those experts of the older generation of the golden-winged great roc race, he could at least vent his anger. The Supreme Tomb should have already been opened. It can't be Du Xiaofu, Mo Tianxiao said to himself in his heart. He had been in seclusion for quite some time to recuperate from his injuries. The Supreme Tomb must have already opened. With Devil King Du Xiaofu's abnormal strength, who else could stop him from entering the Supreme Tomb? At this moment, Mo Tianxiao felt that the golden-winged great roc image in the distance was definitely a mysterious phenomenon caused by a great roc of the golden-winged great roc race. Perhaps it obtained some benefits and was breaking through. Thinking of this, the corners of Mo Tianxiao's mouth curled up into a cold smile. If the golden-winged Great Peng Clan's Great Peng Clan was making a breakthrough after obtaining the benefits, he would likely be able to cause the Great Peng Clan's chi to go berserk or cut off the benefit. That would be a great way to vent his anger. Whoosh! Finally, Mo Tianxiao made up his mind. He soared into the sky. He wanted to take action. Even if he couldn't deal with Du Xiaofu, he wanted to vent his anger. The sea of clouds around the mountain peak was already dyed in a golden color. On the mountain peak, the golden light around Du Xiaofu's body was even more dazzling. The mysterious runes on his body fluctuated and emitted a strange cracking sound. It was as if something was about to drill out from his body. Ah! The blood essence on his back was boiling like boiling water. The transformation of his bones intensified. Du Xiaofu couldn't help but let out a miserable shriek. Walala! But at the same time, the light on Du Xiaofu's back exploded. The golden light surged, and his clothes were torn apart. A resplendent golden blood light spurted out. Then, amidst the dazzling golden light, the mysterious runes on Du Xiaofu's back seemed to come to life, rising up from the muscles on his back. The bones on Du Xiaofu's back were changing. The cracks in his bones spread out. Finally, amidst the overbearing aura, they turned into a pair of golden-winged Great Peng wings. Those were the real Great Peng's golden wings. When the wings were unfolded, lightning flashed and thunder rumbled in the void. The sea of clouds surged. These were the real Great Peng's golden wings. The resplendent golden feathers were formed from the blood essence in Du Xiaofu's body. The skeleton was formed from the cracks in his back. When the wings spread out, an overbearing aura spread out. It was as if a Great Peng had been reborn. Chapter 1701. Golden light glittered as it spread its wings. Although it still looked a little immature, like a newborn chick, Chu Feng was like a pair of wings. However, the golden rock wings were truly a part of Du Xiaofu's body. They were truly connected to his flesh, blood, tendons, and bones. At this moment, Du Xiaofu spread his wings and soared into the sky. He truly felt as if he had turned into a real golden-winged rock. It was an incomparably carefree feeling, as if he wanted to soar into the sky and soar into the sky. Whoosh! A figure flew over from the distance and appeared in the sea of clouds. His face was chiseled, and when he saw the man with a pair of wings on his back, his expression changed and his eyes trembled violently. At the same time, Du Xiaofu rose into the air, and the figure in the distance appeared in his glittering golden eyes. He felt a sharp chill, and his pupils dilated slightly. Golden light flickered, and a smile appeared on his face. Not good, it's Du Xiaofu. The figure that came was Heavenly Wolf Gu Tian Xiao. When he saw that the man with the wings on his back was actually Du Xiaofu, his eyes filled with shock and fear. He immediately turned around and fled without hesitation. Heavenly Wolf Mo Tian Xiao didn't expect that the one who caused such a huge commotion was actually the Demon King, Du Xiaofu. This was completely different from what Mo Tian Xiao had imagined. The Supreme Tomb should have already opened. How could the Demon King, Du Xiaofu, not enter the Supreme Tomb? Even if the Supreme Tomb hadn't opened, the Demon King should be in the plaza right now. Run! Mo Tian Xiao turned around and fled without any hesitation. It's really fate that brought us together. A faint voice resounded as golden light erupted. Du Xiaofu's figure had already appeared not far behind Heavenly Wolf Mo Tian Xiao. He flapped his wings and said, "Don't you want to sit down and have a good chat?" How could Mo Tian Xiao dare to stop? His eyes changed and he didn't even dare to turn his head. Light erupted from his body, and he instantly turned into his original form. Roar! With a sky-shaking roar, Mo Tian Xiao transformed into a giant green wolf. Green light waves covered his body, and his might swept across the sky. The might of a beast's supremacy spread out, and his speed instantly increased. However, no matter how fast Mo Tian Xiao was, Du Xiaofu followed closely behind him like a shadow. He simply couldn't shake him off. Therefore, in many places in the divine domain, people saw a shocking scene. A terrifying giant wolf emitting green light, filled with the aura of a supreme beast, was being chased by a humanoid figure with a pair of golden light wings on his back. One wolf and one man pierced through the void, crossing over mountains, rivers, and ancient forests. Everywhere they passed, the world would change color, bringing with them terrifying storms. Du Xiaofu flapped his wings and soared into the sky, feeling unprecedentedly carefree. That kind of speed and natural agility made Du Xiaofu feel that it was at least 3 times faster than when he had the rock's golden wings. At this moment, he didn't even use the rock's journey of 10,000 miles, but he was already able to catch up with the heavenly wolf. One man and one wolf had been chasing for several hours. With their current speed, they had already crossed an unknown number of regions. Mo Tianzhao's expression changed more and more. He couldn't shake off Du Xiaofu for a long time, which made his heart heavy. If he had known earlier that it was Du Xiaofu, he wouldn't have dared to provoke him. Roar! Suddenly, the heavenly wolf roared, and green light shone brightly. In an instant, it turned around and waved its claw at Du Xiaofu, who was still chasing after it. The claw mark tore through the void. Break! This sudden attack didn't affect Du Xiaofu at all. He directly flapped his wings, and golden runes burst out, shattering the claw mark like a hurricane. At this moment, using the rock's golden wings to stimulate the beast energy, it was natural, and its power increased sharply. Du Xiaofu was overjoyed. Roar! The heavenly wolf went all out, and 6 divine rings appeared in the sky. In an instant, the lesser sovereign's nirvana strength was activated, and the ferocious heavenly wolf fiercely pounced at Du Xiaofu. Come! Du Xiaofu flapped his wings, and the greater sovereign's nirvana strength descended, completely suppressing the heavenly wolf. As he flapped his wings, his figure advanced instead of retreating. He waved his hand, and with the roar of a dragon and the trumpeting of an elephant, he punched the heavenly wolf's body. Roar! Unable to resist, the heavenly wolf spat out a mouthful of blood. The former's terrifying punch had only destroyed the sovereign's nirvana strength above his head and severely injured him. How did he become stronger again? The heavenly wolf was aghast. He had just recovered from his injuries, and Du Xiaofu's strength seemed to have made a huge improvement compared to before. This greatly shocked the heavenly wolf. After not seeing Du Xiaofu for a few months, the difference between the heavenly wolf and the heavenly wolf was like heaven and earth. And now, he had just recovered from his injuries, and the former's strength had changed again. This was too frightening. Run! The heavenly wolf knew that if he didn't go all out, he might not be able to escape this time. The green light on his body soared, turning into a green river that swept out in all directions. The runes were dazzling, and the surrounding void was filled with green light and mysterious runes. Heavenly wolf howls at the moon. Roar! The heavenly wolf raised his head and roared. Dazzling green light spurted out from his mouth, causing the void to rumble. He had once again activated the ultimate skill of the heavenly wolf clan. Suddenly, there seemed to be a green moon descending from the void. Countless ferocious giant wolf phantoms were leaping, and in an instant, the surrounding void was submerged. The terrifying power made people tremble. It was incomparably terrifying. The surrounding mountains exploded one after another, and the mountains collapsed and the earth cracked. This was the ultimate skill of the heavenly wolf. It was enough to suppress his peers. Even in terms of true strength, the heavenly wolf Lonely Sky Howl was definitely not inferior to the heavenly wolf. Rumble, the void trembled and the space rippled. The energy was so intense that it made people's souls tremble. Run! At the same time, the heavenly wolf repeated his old trick. He used his ultimate skill to deal with Du Xiaofu, and then used his secret technique to escape. Swish! The heavenly wolf Lonely Sky Howl's speed was unquestionable. Coupled with his secret technique, he escaped in an instant. But at the same time, the heavenly wolf's expression changed drastically. The surrounding void was distorted, and his escape's secret technique had lost its effect. The void became chaotic, and the heavenly wolf Lonely Sky Howl was gradually confined. The ultimate skill that he had activated was also destroyed in this strange space. A strange pattern appeared in the void, shrouding the void. It was a void 8 trigrams diagram. With Du Xiaofu as the center, the The void 8 trigrams diagram swept out like a divine ring. It was filled with dazzling light, and all kinds of strange phenomena surged out. There were mountains and lakes, wind and rain, thunder and lightning alternating, the sun, moon and stars changing, and mountains and rivers moving horizontally. The heavenly wolf roared, but no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't break free from the void 8 trigrams diagram. A vast power could directly suppress his lesser sovereign nirvana strength. Earth, fire, bright destruction. A voice came from the void. The void suddenly changed. Suddenly, a star of thunder and lightning descended, as well as raging flames. Heaven and earth resonated with each other. A vast and mighty energy surged through the resplendent runes like a sea, creating stormy waves that directly engulfed Sky Wolf. Bang! 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 Even the powerful heavenly wolf, under this terrifying power, the green scales on his body crumbled, and the green light dimmed. Puff! Puff! The heavenly wolf's body became smaller and smaller, and finally, he was suppressed to the size of an ordinary tiger. Blood violently spurted out from his mouth, and the wolf's scales on his body crumbled. His body was covered in blood, and his fierce eyes were bloodshot. With the 8 trigrams diagram rippling around him, Du Xiaofu looked like a god in the sky. When the heavenly wolf activated his ultimate skill again, Du Xiaofu had already predicted the heavenly wolf's goal. He activated the 8 trigrams diagram, sealed the void, and imprisoned the heavenly wolf. Looking at Du Xiaofu, the heavenly wolf's blood-red eyes trembled. He knew how savage this demon king was. He was definitely someone who could do anything. Hateful, at this moment, Lonely Sky Howl was also very sullen. He had just escaped from the calamity last time, and had just recovered from his injuries. But now, he was back in trouble again. You have 2 options now. I respect that you're a lesser sovereign nirvana expert. Such talent is rarely seen in the world. You can self-detonate. Du Xiaofu looked at the heavenly wolf Lonesome Sky Howl and smiled faintly. Or maybe I'll kill you. I haven't eaten a heavenly wolf before. I wonder if your meat is more fragrant than Long Sands. As his voice faded, Du Xiaofu licked his lips. In contrast, the heavenly wolf's gaze was extremely ugly. It was fierce and ferocious, and its fangs were exposed. Chapter 1702. Originally, Tian Lang had planned to die with Du Xiaofu even if he had to self-detonate. However, when he heard Du Xiaofu's casual words, he suddenly felt that perhaps his self-detonation wouldn't have any effect on the Demon King. Moreover, no one wanted to self-detonate. In the end, Du Xiaofu wanted to eat him. Tian Lang definitely wouldn't doubt Du Xiaofu's ferocity. When he thought of himself, the dignified descendant of Tian Lang, being eaten by the Demon King, he couldn't help but feel his hair stand on end. Du Xiaofu, we don't have any big grudges. Why do you have to keep pestering me? Tian Lang said ferociously. His voice sounded like he was on the verge of collapse. No matter what, he was still a nirvana supremacy. In the entire divine domain, his fighting strength was ranked at the top. He originally thought that after he came out, he wouldn't be able to stir up a storm and stand proudly in the world. Who would have thought that in this divine domain, he would be defeated one after another? Now, he was in a desperate situation. You have the nerve to say that we don't have any grudges? First, you destroyed my puppet. Then you provoked me. In the end, you even joined forces with the school of vertical and horizontal legalism and dragons to deal with me. This grudge is huge. Du Xiaofu looked straight at Tian Lang, his eyes flashing with golden light. What do you want? Tian Lang said in a deep voice. He paced back and forth in the chaotic void. He seemed to be secretly observing and trying to break free. You can't escape. Du Xiaofu sensed Tian Lang's motive. He smiled faintly and said, It seems like you don't want to die. Then we can have a good talk. Talk about what? Lonely Sky Howl stared at Du Xiaofu, feeling the smile on Du Xiaofu's face, but he couldn't help but feel fear and vigilance. He felt as if he had been seen through by the Demon King. Of course, we're talking about how to prevent you from dying. Du Xiaofu put away the void 8 trigrams diagram around him, and the golden rock wings on his back disappeared as well. The golden rock wings were formed from blood essence and bone fractures. Now that they were put away, Du Xiaofu felt a stabbing pain on his back. Blood even oozed out of his back. However, his back was soon healed by the indestructible Xian body. Only 2 holes could be seen on the back of his purple robe, making it look a little shabby. However, Du Xiaofu did not care about this. At the same time, he said to Lonely Sky Wolf, "I respect you, and I hope you respect me in return. Don't even think about running away. This is God's domain. You won't be able to escape. Let's sit down and have a proper chat." Tianlang's ferocious eyes twitched as he stared at Du Xiaofu. However, under the flickering gaze of Yin and Yang, Tianlang's body changed into a human form. On his angular face, he looked at Du Xiaofu warily. "Don't look at me like that. I'm not a bad person to talk to. You provoked me and destroyed my puppet. You even joined forces with the dragons, school of vertical and horizontal, and legalism to deal with me. Are you going to compensate me now?" Du Xiaofu asked Tianlang with a smile. Mo Tianxiao coldly snorted. In this world where strength was revered, there was no such thing as compensation. But at this moment, his strength was inferior to Du Xiaofu's, and he knew he couldn't avoid this calamity. He looked at Du Xiaofu and asked, "What do you want?" "I'm not asking for much. Just give me a domain realm puppet and help me kill 10 domain realm cultivators from the school of legalism, the Dragon Clan, and the school of vertical and horizontal. Then our grudges will be written off," Du Xiaofu said nonchalantly. "That's impossible," Tianlang shouted as he stared at Du Xiaofu. Where could he get a domain-grade puppet? Even if he used all his strength, he was not sure if he could deal with a domain-grade puppet. As for killing a few domain-level experts from the school of legalism, the school of vertical and horizontal, and the Dragon Clan, he would have to pay a huge price even if he could kill one. Moreover, he had killed 10 of them. If he provoked the Dragon Clan, the school of vertical and horizontal, and the school of legalism, the 3 major forces would not let him off. Although he was not necessarily afraid, he would not be easy to deal with if he really provoked them. At worst, he could continue to hide and not come out. However, if he provoked the 3 major forces for no reason and killed 10 of their domain-level experts, the 3 major forces would definitely fly into a rage. He was not stupid. Without a doubt, he would be setting himself up to be killed. Then there's only one other way. "You have to submit to me," Du Xiaofu said. "No, that's impossible. I have the bloodline of the Heavenly Wolf. How can I submit to a human like you? This is an insult to my ancestors," Tianlang shouted as he submitted to the other party. Not to mention humans, even the dragons and phoenixes had never submitted to the Heavenly Wolf clan. "Cut the crap. Let me finish." Du Xiaofu glanced at the Heavenly Wolf clan indifferently and continued, "I won't disgrace the bloodline of the Heavenly Wolf clan. Join my desolate country and become the country's guardian venerable. You can suppress the territory of the desolate country, and all the beasts of the Imperial Beast Hall will only be under me for 100 years. Hearing Du Xiaofu's words, Tianlang's eyes trembled and runes fluctuated. "That's my bottom line. If you can't do it, I don't mind killing you. Don't challenge my patience. I've given you a chance. You can choose whether you want to live or die." Du Xiaofu stared at Heavenly Wolf Gu Tianxiao. In an instant, his expression turned stern. A domineering and disdainful aura surged as killing intent surged in his eyes. This was his final warning and deterrence to Gu Tianxiao. Tianlang sensed Du Xiaofu's aura and knew about Du Xiaofu's temper. His eyes kept twitching. After a while, he asked in a deep voice, 100 years? The country's guardian venerable of the desolate country will only be under you? That's right. You can suppress the territory of the desolate country and all the beasts of the Imperial Beast Hall. I won't disgrace the bloodline of the Heavenly Wolf clan, and I won't wrong you. After 100 years, you can come and go freely. Du Xiaofu nodded seriously. He looked at Tian Lang and said, Actually, I have a beast-controlling technique that can control you directly. You won't even have the chance to self-destruct. However, I respect the bloodline of the Heavenly Wolf clan and will give you a choice. At this moment, Du Xiaofu had his own plans. If he could subdue a Nirvana paragon, he would become one of the most ferocious generals in the desolate country. What his drunkard father said was right. Beside him, he needed the support of his friends. Below him, he needed the support of his friends. Below him, he needed the support of his friends. Tian Lang was such a genius. It would be a pity to kill him. If he could truly use him, he would be a great help. His future would be limitless. Therefore, Du Xiaofu didn't want to use beast-controlling techniques on Tian Lang. Subduing him was undoubtedly the best choice. Du Xiaofu believed that 100 years would be enough for him to truly subdue Tian Lang. Otherwise, it would only prove that he was not qualified. Tian Lang looked at Du Xiaofu. His eyes twitched. After a while, he clenched his teeth and knelt on one knee in the air. He bowed and said, Greetings, Rock Emperor. Xiao Yu has to go to the train station to receive them, so he will definitely be late tonight. I'm going to take half a day off at the last minute. Don't wait for me tonight. Xiao Yu will try his best to publish tomorrow morning. Chapter 1703. The Heavenly Wolf Mo Tianxiao was a Nirvana paragon. His ancestors had never submitted to the dragons or phoenixes. Mo Tianxiao was the same. The blood of the Heavenly Wolf ancestor flowed in his body. He had never submitted to anyone before. But now, the Heavenly Wolf ancestor had submitted to the Demon King, Du Xiaofu. If Kong Sansi, Hung Luan, Mo Runan, and the others were here, they would definitely be dumbfounded. Actually, the Heavenly Wolf ancestor had his own thoughts. No one would willingly submit, and it was even more impossible for him to do so. But he had been tempted by Du Xiaofu's words. Strictly speaking, he had been threatened by Du Xiaofu. The desolate nation had many Nirvana paragons. He was the one who ruled the Heavenly Beast Hall's beasts and guarded the desolate nation's territory. This could be considered giving him enough face and not lowering his status. He knew that the desolate nation only had a few Nirvana Grand Paragons, especially when Du Xiaofu said that he could control him with a beast-controlling technique. This made his last bit of persistence crumble. Mo Tianxiao also didn't want to die. The Heavenly Wolf race still needed him to pass on their legacy. Otherwise, he wouldn't have sealed himself for so long and not broken through for so long just to enter the divine domain to fight for the final opportunity and bring hope to the Heavenly Wolf race. 100 years in exchange for his life wasn't considered lowering his status. After weighing the pros and cons, Mo Tianxiao was a smart person. It was precisely because he was smart that he chose to submit. No need for formalities. Du Xiaofu smiled, a satisfied smile on his resolute face. Du Xiaofu had allowed the Heavenly Wolf ancestor to submit without laying down a beast-controlling technique. On one hand, it was out of respect for the Heavenly Wolf race and Mo Tianxiao. But on the other hand, it was definitely possible to kill an expert like Mo Tianxiao with the Blood-Soul Seal. However, it wouldn't be easy to lay down a beast-controlling technique. 4 hours later, in the vast Divine Mountain, in a deep mountain stream, Du Xiaofu laid down a seal and summoned the ancient desolate space. He brought the stunned Heavenly Wolf into the ancient desolate space. Time treasure. The moment Heavenly Wolf Lonely Sky Howl entered the ancient desolate space, he immediately recognized the use of the ancient desolate space. There were only a few treasures like this in the entire world, and this space was even more extraordinary. This place has 10 times the time ratio. 1 day in the outside world is equivalent to 10 days in here. I need to go into seclusion for a period of time. If everything goes well, it will take 10 days to half a month. If not, it will take longer. Du Xiaofu didn't try to hide anything from Lonely Sky Wolf. As soon as he finished speaking, he formed a hand seal. With a thought, 2 resplendent objects appeared in his palm. The roar of a dragon resounded through the ancient desolate space, and a terrifying dragon might swept out. Aolo, Aolo, these were 2 true dragon horns. Du Xiaofu had obtained them from Dragon 4 and Dragon 3. They were the most precious treasures of the dragon clan. Some time ago, Du Xiaofu had erased all traces of the true dragon's horn. It was now masterless, but it still possessed a certain degree of offensive power. The dragon's might couldn't be violated. After all, it was the treasure of the dragons. It was difficult for anyone other than the dragons to control it. However, Du Xiaofu used the imperial qi and the human emperor's heavenly might to restrain it. At the very least, the true dragon horns wouldn't be able to attack him. A pair of true dragon horns. Lonely Sky Howl exclaimed. Although he had never seen a true dragon horn before, he recognized it at first sight. It was the most precious treasure of the dragons. Since you are looking for this item, take it and use it. Return it to me when you are done. I will use the Imperial Qi to suppress it. When the Imperial Qi weakens, it might be dangerous. Be careful. After Du Xiaofu gave the true dragon horns to Lonely Sky Howl, he walked away and started his seclusion. Holding the true dragon horns in his hand, Lonely Sky Howl's heart pounded. The true dragon horns that he had always wanted were now in his hands. When he formed an alliance with Gongsun Wuji, he only wanted to use the relationship between Gongsun Wuji and Long San to borrow the true dragon horns to comprehend. He didn't know if Long San would agree. However, at this moment the 2 true dragon horns were so easily placed in his hand. As Mo Tian Shao looked at the purple-robed man sitting cross-legged in the distance, he noticed that the purple-robed man was in closed-door training and had not placed any restrictions before him. A strange fluctuation appeared in his eyes. After that, Lonely Sky Howl also sat cross-legged and started to comprehend the true dragon horns. But suddenly, Lonely Sky Howl looked at Du Xiaofu in the distance. In the direction of his gaze, he saw that in the center of Du Xiaofu's palm, electric arcs were flowing. There was a palm-sized ball of resplendent golden electric arcs that was emitting a surging pressure, causing his wolf soul to tremble violently. That terrifying lightning might seem to be innately capable of destroying all souls. That is a spiritual lightning soul seed. Mo Tian Shao finally recognized the item in Du Xiaofu's hand. It was actually a spirit lightning soul seed. That was definitely a precious treasure. After which, Mo Tian Shao was surprised to see a resplendent silver-gold lightning arc shoot out from between Du Xiaofu's brows and wrap around the resplendent golden spiritual lightning soul seed. It seemed to be attempting to slowly approach it at a neither fast nor slow pace. Du Xiaofu was also trying to devour the soul-exterminating divine lightning soul seed in his seclusion this time. The soul-exterminating divine lightning soul seed no longer had any trace of Han Qianran. It was like a newborn baby. Du Xiaofu wanted to use his spiritual lightning as a guide to make the spiritual lightning soul seed submit to him. Then, he would be able to easily fuse with it. Buzz, the soul-exterminating divine lightning soul seed fluctuated. At first, it was calm, but it was slowly approaching Du Xiaofu's spiritual lightning soul seed. Boom! However, the moment the soul-exterminating divine lightning soul seed approached Du Xiaofu's spiritual lightning soul seed, the soul-exterminating divine lightning soul seed suddenly changed its face. It tried to devour Du Xiaofu's spiritual lightning soul seed. It wanted to devour Du Xiaofu's spiritual lightning soul seed. Bastard! Du Xiaofu immediately retreated the power of his spiritual lightning soul seed. He raised his eyes and felt that the soul-exterminating divine lightning soul seed was instinctive. It seemed that the spiritual lightning soul seed wanted to devour each other. At first, The soul-exterminating divine lightning soul seed clustered around him and Moksha. It was not because it was attracted by something, but because it felt that he and Moksha had spiritual lightning. The soul-exterminating divine lightning soul seed instinctively wanted to devour other spiritual lightning souls. Even if it was like a newborn baby, its instinct to devour other spiritual lightning souls would not change. Rumble, as the power of Du Xiaofu's spiritual lightning soul seed retreated, the soul-exterminating divine lightning soul seed was immediately triggered. The dazzling soul seed fluctuated violently. The golden lightning rushed into the void, and a terrible energy fluctuation suddenly surged. In an instant, the strange golden lightning arcs that were accompanied by golden lightning bolts exploded in the void and spread out in all directions. This terrifying aura seemed to be able to destroy all souls. Even Heavenly Wolf Lonely Sky Howl retreated, feeling apprehensive. Crash, the dazzling golden lightning arcs that could destroy all souls poured down. It was as if countless golden lightning bolts fell from the sky in the desolate ancient space. They densely covered Du Xiaofu's body. The golden lightning arcs were like a lightning prison, wrapping Du Xiaofu in it. It was obvious that the soul-exterminating divine lightning soul seed wanted to devour Du Xiaofu. Roar, the dazzling soul-exterminating divine lightning soul seed fluctuated, and in an instant, it turned into a golden lightning tiger that was dozens of feet long. The tiger glared at Du Xiaofu covetously. Its eyes were like a sea of golden lightning. It looked like it was about to pounce and stared at Du Xiaofu. It had completely regarded Du Xiaofu as its prey. Du Xiaofu was helpless. The corners of his mouth curled up. He looked at the soul-exterminating divine lightning soul seed and said in a deep voice, "You want to do this the hard way." Roar, the dazzling golden lightning tiger moved, pouncing on Du Xiaofu. The dazzling golden lightning arcs formed stormy waves, sweeping towards Du Xiaofu. Evil beast! Du Xiaofu also moved. Silver gold lightning arcs fluctuated between his eyebrows, becoming more and more dazzling. They contained a violent destructive energy, and in an instant, they turned into a dazzling silver-gold sea of lightning arcs. The frightening lightning arcs splashed into the sky, and a thunderous beast roar resounded. Roar, in a split second, a large silver-gold lightning tortoise was formed. It raised its head like a huge dragon and soared into the sky. The frightening beast roar was like thunder from the 9 heavens. It was accompanied by resplendent lightning arcs and destructive lightning energy that shook the space as it soared into the sky in a frightening manner. It directly collided with the large golden lightning tiger in front of Mo Tianzhao's stunned eyes in the distance. Rumble, 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 this collision caused dazzling lightning arcs to overflow. Lightning runes crazily surged, as if the entire desolate ancient space was about to be shattered. In an instant, the lightning tiger could not withstand the lightning tortoise's collision. It shattered, turning into dazzling golden lightning arcs that blotted out the sky. Devour! At this moment, Du Xiaofu was familiar with the process. The lightning tortoise turned into a silver-gold lightning tree, and with an earth-shattering momentum, it immediately took root in the soul-exterminating divine lightning soul seed. As the silver-gold lightning tree took root, the soul-exterminating divine lightning soul seed's lightning arcs turned into a giant golden tiger again. Its eyes were filled with fear, but it was fighting like a trapped beast. The giant golden lightning tiger struggled violently, constantly releasing a terrifying destructive energy that could destroy all souls. Refine. Du Xiaofu's hand seals changed. He sat cross-legged on the silver-gold lightning tree and circulated the mysterious incomplete cultivation method. With the suppression of the silver-gold lightning tree and the lightning martial veins in his body, he began to devour and refine the soul-exterminating divine lightning soul seed. Chapter 1704. Was he refining the spirit thunder soul seed, or was he using his own primordial spirit to do so? If it was any other cultivator, they might not be able to do it. However, at this moment, Du Xiaofu acted as if it was natural and easy. Under the suppression of Du Xiaofu's 3 spiritual thunders and the mysterious incomplete cultivation method, the giant golden lightning tiger had become weak after the struggle of a trapped beast. Gradually, it could no longer struggle. However, the spirit thunder was the most terrifying creature in the world. Although Du Xiaofu had already integrated 3 spirit thunders into his body and was familiar with the process, it would still take some time for him to truly absorb the soul-extinguishing Thunder Soul Seed. It was not without danger. He is using his primordial spirit to fuse with the Spirit Thunder Soul Seed. He has succeeded before, and it seems that he has fused with more than one Spirit Thunder Soul Seed. In the distance, Mo Tianzhao's eyes were about to pop out of their socket. Mo Tianzhao finally knew why the Demon King was so strong. Fusing with the Spirit Thunder with his primordial spirit was simply playing with his own life. However, the Demon King still looked relaxed. He was an abnormal existence. Freak, that's too freakish. He's a monster. After a while, Mo Tianzhao shook his head and sat down cross-legged to comprehend the true dragon's horn. Mo Tianzhao no longer looked at Du Xiaofu. The true dragon's horn was in front of him, and it was the most important thing to him. After a while, he also sank into his comprehension. Time passed like this. Du Xiaofu sat cross-legged on the lightning tree like an old monk in meditation. As time passed, the golden lightning tiger formed by the soul-extinguishing Thunder Soul Seed was completely powerless to resist. Its pair of fierce eyes revealed its last unwillingness and helplessness. Then, it dissipated and turned into bright golden lightning arcs that were absorbed by the lightning tree. Du Xiaofu was refining and fusing the 4th spiritual Thunder Soul Seed. Under the suppression of the Thunder Martial Vein and the mysterious incomplete cultivation method, refining and fusing the spiritual Thunder Soul Seed was easier than Du Xiaofu had imagined. Under this kind of refinement, the soul-extinguishing Divine Thunder, which originally wanted to destroy all souls, became extremely tamed. It no longer resisted and gradually merged into the silver-gold lightning tree. This caused the golden light on the silver-gold lightning arc tree to have an additional touch of resplendent gold. Among them, Du Xiaofu felt that the mysterious incomplete cultivation technique had played a huge role. The Thunder Martial Vein in his body was also indispensable, allowing the fusion of these spiritual thunders to be natural and perfect. As the soul-destroying Thunder Soul Seed was being refined and merged, a surge of energy from the soul-destroying Thunder Soul Seed surged into Du Xiaofu's Yuan spirit, causing the aura of Du Xiaofu's Yuan spirit to begin to swell. The soul-destroying Thunder Soul Seed was originally refined by Han Qianran. The spiritual thunder and the refiner's body complemented each other. It could be said that the soul-destroying Thunder Soul Seed's level was not lower than Han Qianran's. Therefore, the soul-destroying Thunder Soul Seed was no different from the primordial spirit of a Nirvana True Self level, or even slightly higher. Such a soul-destroying Thunder Soul Seed contained a huge amount of Yuan spirit energy. At this moment, as Du Xiaofu refined it, it was also obtained by Du Xiaofu. This was a huge benefit. Du Xiaofu's Yuan spirit was already very abnormal. At this moment, with such a benefit, it could be concluded that the power of his Yuan spirit would once again transform and become even more powerful. Time gradually passed in the outside world. All the creatures felt the changes in the entire divine realm space. The suppression on those who had surpassed the initial domain of the martial domain realm had completely disappeared. In the divine realm space, people, demonic beasts, and demon spirits who had surpassed the initial domain of the martial domain realm were all able to use their real strength. A variable. The divine realm space opened for the last time. This is a variable. Some of the elders were very excited. They were finally free from the suppression. Disciples with life-saving talismans bring the news to the clan. There are endless opportunities in the divine realm space. Ask the clan to send more experts into the divine realm space to search for opportunities. Some of the elders spoke and instructed the younger generation. The divine realm space was no longer suppressed. It could allow more experts to enter and fight for opportunities. Other than the Supreme Tomb, there were still many opportunities in the divine realm space. The news spread to the Chen Huang mainland and shocked everyone. In the divine realm space, one's strength was no longer suppressed. Some of the elders could no longer hold back and began to enter the divine realm space to search for opportunities. All the clans were fighting for opportunities. Many of the older generation entered. Beware of the dragons, the school of vertical and horizontal, and the people of legalism. The old lady spoke and sent many experts from the great golden-winged rock clan into the divine realm space to guard against the dragons, and the others secretly sending people to deal with her grandson. The entrance to the divine realm space is a little loose. However, those who have surpassed the domain realm are still unable to enter. Old Monster Xing Hun spoke. He was testing the divine realm space. The school of Yinyang also sent many experts below the boundary realm into the divine realm space. There are variables in the divine realm space. We must guard against the dragons, the legalism, and the school of vertical and horizontal, the old lady said. In the divine realm space, there was a vast ancient land. Clouds lingered and mountain streams spiraled. At this moment there was a wild aura. It was as if no one had set foot in this place before. Roar! The sky was filled with light. A dragon's roar shook the sky. Above the wild land, the shadow of a dragon fluctuated. 1,000-foot sea serpent dragon spanned across the void. Its dragon scales were covered in reverse. A terrifying aura swept across the void. Rumble, lightning flashed and thunder rumbled. The energy of heaven and earth surged and enveloped the body of the sea serpent dragon. Its aura continued to surge. When the sea serpent dragon's aura reached its peak, it paused for a moment. Above its ferocious head, there were 6 divine rings in the sky. They were bright and dazzling. As the heavenly might descended, it immediately broke through a bottleneck. Rumble, roar! In an instant, the void trembled. Lightning flashed and thunder rumbled. Countless beasts roared in the wild mountains. Above them, all the beasts trembled. After a long time, the huge sea serpent dragon's body converged and turned into a middle-aged man in armor. The armor seemed to be made of reverse scales. It was suffused with radiance. This sea serpent dragon was none other than the Sea Serpent King. Back then, he was lucky enough to escape from Du Xiaoyao. At this moment, he had broken through again and advanced further. Who said that this place can't set foot in liberation? I've achieved liberation nirvana. I've succeeded, the Sea Serpent King laughed. He couldn't help but be so excited that the armor on his body fluctuated. The divine realm space had always been unable to break through to the realm and liberation nirvana level. It was a curse. For countless years, no one in this space could break through. Every time the divine realm space opened and closed, outsiders would be pushed out. They were the only ones who couldn't leave. There was a legend that only after breaking through to the realm and liberation nirvana could one walk out of this space. However, no one in this space had ever succeeded. At this moment, he had successfully set foot in liberation nirvana. Du Xiaofu, just you wait. Even if you enter the Supreme Tomb, you won't be able to leave this place. The greatest opportunity in the Supreme Tomb still belongs to me, the Sea Serpent King. Everything in here is also mine. A moment later, a cold light shot out from the Sea Serpent King's eyes. Last time, he had fled pathetically. He didn't even dare to fight for the Supreme Tomb again. One could imagine the resentment in his heart. Now that he had set foot in liberation nirvana, he wanted to make a comeback. Everything here belonged to him, and he was the king that had never been here before. The vast underground world was surrounded by the void. It was as if a peerless expert had dug out a huge arc-shaped hole in the ground. In the deep hole, runes flashed all around. Some of the flashing runes condensed into chains of light, emitting terrifying light like electric arcs. One end of these chains of light connected to the surrounding void and the underground rock walls. The other end was connected to a stone platform that was dozens of feet large in the middle of the deep hole. On the stone platform, a beautiful woman sat cross-legged. Her eyes were closed and her hair was slightly messy. However, she still had an otherworldly aura. This beautiful woman was Han Aodong. This was the prison of legalism. She had been imprisoned here all this time. Tsk tisk. Suddenly, Han Aodong opened her eyes. They were filled with dazzling light. She looked up into the distance. Ka, a stone door opened above her. Light spread out from it. A middle-aged man walked out. His eyes were deep, but he looked a little haggard. "My good brother, you're finally here." Han Aodong spoke with a smile on her lips. However, her smile was heart-wrenching. The middle-aged man looked at Han Aodong from afar. After a long time, he said softly, "Qianran is dead. Ingmo is dead. Wudi is dead. They are all dead. They were all killed by your son." He killed them all. As he spoke, the middle-aged man's deep eyes turned red. His haggard face trembled. Hearing this, Han Aodong's eyes also trembled. She stood up and stared at the middle-aged man. Her eyes were also moist. Han Qianran and Han Ingmo were her nephews. She had watched them grow up. She could not bear to, "My good brother, is this what you want? If it weren't for you, this wouldn't have happened. Are you satisfied now?" Han Aodong asked. Her voice was also trembling. She was not happy at all. Only pain. All of this did not have to happen. However, it had happened now. It was also what she did not want to see the most. Ha 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 ha, the middle-aged man laughed. His laughter was terrifying. It made people's hearts tremble. Chapter 1705. After a long while, the middle-aged man looked at Han Aodong and said, "My good sister, don't you know regret? If it weren't for you, our legalism wouldn't have ended up like this. The alliance between the school of legalism and the school of vertical and horizontal was voided because of you. Wudi went into seclusion because of you and couldn't recover. Now everyone is dead. Wudi is dead too. It's all because of you." Towards the end of his speech, the middle-aged man's teeth emitted a chilling aura. His expression was gradually turning insane. He said word by word, "Han Aodong, if you weren't my biological sister, I would definitely kill you." Han Aodong stared at the middle-aged man. Her eyes rippled. After a long while, Han Aodong looked at the middle-aged man and said, "Brother, others don't know how Ingmo's mother died, but I know a little. Don't be so stubborn. I didn't say anything because you are my brother. You killed Ingmo's mother with your own hands, right? I think if you want to kill me, there's nothing you can't do." Hearing this, the middle-aged man's eyes trembled, but he did not show much emotion. His haggard face was already blood-red as he looked at Han Aodong and said, "That's right, I killed Ingmo's mother with my own hands. From the beginning to the end, I never loved her, but I had no choice but to be with her. However, every day with her was torture. I couldn't take it. My patience had reached its limit, so I killed her. I couldn't take it anymore. And you are my sister. Otherwise, I would have killed you too. If it weren't for you, everything wouldn't have ended up like this. Because Ingmo's mother accidentally discovered your secret, you killed her. You killed my sister-in-law. That's the real reason, right?" Han Aodong said softly to the middle-aged man after some hesitation. The middle-aged man's blood-red eyes trembled violently. Intense ripples appeared in his eyes. "I guessed your secret. I had a feeling when I was young. Now are you going to kill me too?" Han Aodong said to the middle-aged man. Ha ha ha, the middle-aged man laughed again. He was the eldest son of the Han family, Han Aochen. His laughter was full of helplessness and loneliness, which made people feel sad for no reason. I hate that I'm a person of legalism. I hate that I'm the eldest son of the Han clan. Why does God have to toy with me like this? Why does he have to toy with me like this? I don't even have the right to pursue her. Han Ouchen said with a trembling voice. What you are pursuing is not something that can be accepted by the world, nor by legalism. Now that everything is over, you can turn back, Han Ouchen said. No, it's not over. It's far from over. Han Ouchen shook his head. His hair was messy and his eyes were bloodshot. He stared at Han Ouchen and said, This is all because of you. That bastard and his son should not have appeared. Only by killing them can we end this. Ingma, Qianran, and Wudi all died because of that father and son. I will avenge them. Du Tingxian and that bastard must die. As soon as he finished speaking, Han Ouchen left with bloodshot eyes. The stone door closed, and Han Ouchen was left alone in the vast secret chamber of the prison. In the ancient barren space, electric arcs were moving. The Soul Destroyer Thunder Soul Seed's bright golden electric arcs were being swallowed by the Silver Gold Electric Arcs tree. The aura of the Silver Gold Electric Arcs tree was getting stronger and stronger, and the light was getting brighter and brighter. Time passed slowly, and the ancient barren space fell into a state of silence. While refining the soul-extinguishing divine Thunder Soul Seed, Du Xiaofu's mind was also immersed in a state of selflessness. In Du Xiaofu's mind, a purple 9-petaled lotus was moving with electric arcs. It was crystal clear, as if it was made of the most perfect purple spiritual jade in the world. It was natural and beautiful. In the middle of the purple electric lotus, there was a flat and smooth lotus seat. It was spotless, and it emitted a mist. It had an ancient aura. When the Soul Destroyer Thunder Soul Seed was completely refined by Du Xiaofu, the Silver Gold Electric Arcs tree returned to the ancient barren space. It shone brightly and finally turned into the body of the Redbone Horse Monkey. It sat cross-legged on the 9 revolutions divine Lei Lian. The Silver Gold Electric Arcs were bright and connected to the 9 revolutions divine Lei Lian. At this moment, in the ancient barren space, the energy of heaven and earth came from nowhere. It gathered in the surroundings and poured into the space between Du Xiaofu's eyebrows. Finally, it poured into his Naiwen palace. Du Xiaofu's Redbone Horse Monkey primordial spirit sat cross-legged on the 9 revolutions divine Lei Lian. The silver gold electric arcs moved and became brighter and brighter. Walala, this waves of energy came from Du Xiaofu's Naiwen palace. These waves couldn't be seen with the naked eye, but they became more and more intense. They were vast and boundless. This aura was too extraordinary and ancient. It was accompanied by the aura of the silver net soul-swallowing thunder, the great earth-shattering thunder, and the other 4 types of spiritual thunder. There was also a terrifying spiritual root pressure. The power of the primordial spirit had always been the most difficult to cultivate and increase. But at this moment, the primordial spirit energy coming from Du Xiaofu's body was enough to directly crush the primordial spirit of an ordinary person. Just how powerful was this? It could only be described as terrifying. At the same time, not far away in the ancient barren space, the true dragon's horn circled around Mo Tian Shao. His body was covered in a dazzling azure light. In the end, the azure light had already shot into the sky. Walala, at the same time, Mo Tian Zhao's aura began to soar. Finally, a heaven-shaking roar shook the ancient barren space. Mo Tian Shao had transformed into his original form. The terrifying aura caused the surrounding space to boil. Under the shocking scene of lightning and thunder, Mo Tian Zhao's aura soared. 6 divine rings appeared above his head, and he broke through a bottleneck in one go, stepping into a new realm. Rumble, at this moment, wind and clouds surged around the ancient barren space. All the energy seemed to have turned into a huge whirlpool that wrapped around Mo Tian Zhao's body. It was like a miracle. Sizzle! Du Xiaofu opened his eyes and stood up. The silver-gold lightning in his eyes was dazzling as he stared at Mo Tian Zhao's body, which was causing a shocking commotion. His eyes were filled with shock as he said word by word, nirvana of liberation. It didn't take long for the commotion to calm down. Heavenly Wolf Gu Tian Shao withdrew his original body and turned into a handsome man with clear facial features. His eyes were bright, and the aura on his body had undergone an earth-shattering change from its original foundation. "Congratulations on your breakthrough," Du Xiaofu said. At this moment, he was also quite shocked. The nirvana of liberation was definitely not to be underestimated. It was far from what ordinary domain realm experts could compare to. "I could have broken through long ago, but I've been suppressing it. I had some insights on the true dragon's horn. I originally thought that I wouldn't be able to break through to the nirvana of liberation in the divine domain. I didn't expect that I would be able to break through," Mo Tianshao said. At this moment, he was also full of doubts. There was a suppression in the divine domain. Domain realm and nirvana of liberation couldn't enter, and it was also impossible to break through to the domain realm and nirvana of liberation in the divine domain. However, he had succeeded. "It's a little strange." Du Xiaofu also felt a little strange, but he didn't take it to heart. Mo Tianshao had broken through to the nirvana of liberation. Even if he went out, he would be an absolute top expert in the world. Mo Tianshao looked at Du Xiaofu. He felt that Du Xiaofu had merged with the spirit lightning soul seed, and his aura had risen a lot. He frowned and looked at Du Xiaofu in shock. "Peak nirvana of true self? Yes, I have some insights. I should have reached the peak of nirvana of true self." Du Xiaofu smiled faintly. After devouring the soul destruction divine lightning soul seed, the strength of his primordial spirit had increased a lot. In addition to his recent insights, he had also reached the peak of nirvana of true self. However, the higher the cultivation level, the improvement of Xian Qi and primordial spirit was no longer the main requirement for cultivation level improvement. Instead, it was more important for comprehension. It wasn't easy to go further, especially to the nirvana of liberation. Hearing Du Xiaofu's words, Mo Tianshao couldn't help but feel shocked. He finally understood what it meant to have one's cultivation advance by leaps and bounds. The first few times they met, he could feel that Du Xiaofu's cultivation had improved by leaps and bounds. At this moment, he saw it with his own eyes. How long had it been? This guy before him had improved a lot again. What shocked Mo Tianshao even more was that the Demon King had actually merged with another spirit lightning. Mo Tianshao could feel that Du Xiaofu definitely had more than 2 spirit lightnings. As for how many there were, he didn't know. However, Mo Tianshao couldn't hold back the shock in his heart. Looking at Mo Tianshao's flickering eyes, Du Xiaofu raised his eyebrows slightly. He looked at Mo Tianshao and asked, "Don't tell me you just broke through and want to attack me now?" Mo Tianshao raised his eyebrows and looked at Du Xiaofu. He really did have such thoughts in his heart. However, Mo Tianshao was only thinking about it. Even though he had just broken through to the nirvana of liberation and had improved a lot, he was still able to crush a nirvana true self cultivator. However, facing the inconceivable Demon King before him, the more Mo Tianshao came into contact with him, the less confident he was. Furthermore, the Demon King had easily merged with another spirit lightning and improved his cultivation again. If they really fought, Mo Tianshao had no confidence in himself at all. Mo Tianshao wasn't stupid. He shook his head and said to Du Xiaofu, "I already promised to serve you for 100 years. I will do it." He. Du Xiaofu smiled. His smile was somewhat malicious as he said to Mo Tianshao, "I still don't understand the nirvana of liberation. Can you tell me more about it?" Everyone's nirvana is different. All things in the world are constantly changing. There is no constant ruler. The true self is not the true self. Nirvana is all emptiness. Mo Tianshao frowned. Then, he said, "All things are impermanent. There is no self in all laws. Nirvana is silent. The true self is nirvana, Du Xiaofu humbly listened to Mo Tianzhao's teachings. Heavenly Wolf Mo Tianzhao was a Nirvana True Self cultivator who had been a Nirvana True Self cultivator for several thousand years. Now that he had stepped into the Nirvana of liberation, Du Xiaofu humbly asked for guidance and benefited a lot. After that, Du Xiaofu immersed himself in digesting and comprehending. He also placed Mo Tianzhao in the Heavenly Beast Hall. The Heavenly Beast Hall did not have the inheritance of the ancient Heavenly Wolf. However, there were many inheritances and treasures of the wolf race and other beast races, which were of great use to Mo Tianzhao. Mo Tianzhao returned the true dragon's horn to Du Xiaofu. He had already comprehended it and did not need to keep it for now. Furthermore, that true dragon's horn required the Imperial Palace's dragon chi to suppress it. It would be troublesome to keep it with him. Several days later, two people came out of the desolate ancient space and appeared above a mountain stream. These two were Du Xiaofu and Mo Tianzhao. These two had been in closed-door cultivation in the desolate ancient space. Now that they came out, they had undergone huge changes. Chapter 1706. Both of them had made significant progress this time. A moment later, Du Xiaofu and Mo Tianzhao appeared in a place filled with a bloody aura. There were many bloodstains all around, staining the rocks red. Many demon beast and human corpses were scattered everywhere. Ancient demon beast descendants and humans. The cultivation bases of their leaders are not bad. Tian Lang scanned the surroundings and said to Du Xiaofu. At dusk, Du Xiaofu and Mo Tianzhao appeared in a messy mountain forest. A bloody battle had just taken place here, so there were many corpses of demonic beasts in the surroundings. Among them, there were many corpses of cloud-devouring wolves and shrews. Greetings, Master. Yun Mu, Dang Hu, and another greater domain realm ancient demon beast descendant that had surrendered at the plaza bowed. Bing Feng and the hornless dragon were lucky enough to enter the supreme tomb. Yun Mu and Dang Hu, on the other hand, were not so lucky. Subsequently, from the mouths of Yun Yin and Dang Hu, Du Xiaofu learned of some shocking circumstances. A change had occurred in the entire god domain. Many ancient ruins had appeared. The humans who came from the outside world were no longer suppressed in the god domain. Many forces in the outside world, including the 9 great families, the dragons, the phoenixes, and the demon beast clans of the beast region, had sent many greater domain realm experts to compete for the opportunities in the god domain. Naturally, they would have to fight the ancient demon beast descendants here. No longer suppressed, Du Xiaofu raised his eyebrows. He immediately thought of the dragons, legalism, and school of vertical and horizontal. Now that a change had occurred in the god domain, cultivation bases were no longer suppressed. The dragons, school of vertical and horizontal, and legalism must have sent many people here. Du Xiaofu pondered. Not to mention whether the dragons, legalism, and school of vertical and horizontal were targeting him. He had not entered the supreme tomb. Now that he had a chance, he could make the dragons, legalism, and school of vertical and horizontal suffer a few times. Are there any experts who have surpassed the domain realm who have entered? Du Xiaofu asked Yun Mu. This was the question that Du Xiaofu was most concerned about. If everyone could enter the divine domain, it would be extremely troublesome. I don't think so. There is a restriction on the outside of this space. Cultivators above the realm level cannot enter. Yun Mu pondered for a moment before replying with certainty. Is that so? Then that's easy to handle. Let's just say that the dragons are unlucky. Du Xiaofu smiled to himself. As long as no one above the domain realm entered the divine domain, then even the dragons, the school of vertical and horizontal, as well as the legalism, would be in trouble. Yunzhan, do your best to help me find dragons, legalism, and the school of vertical and horizontal. Du Xiaofu instructed Yun Mu. With the cloud-swallowing wolf shrew around, it would be much easier to hunt down the dragons, school of vertical and horizontal, and legalism. Yes. Yunmu nodded. Then, he bared his rat-like teeth and said to Du Xiaofu, Master, there is something else that is not good. We have to be careful. What's wrong? Du Xiaofu asked. The Mirage Dragon King has broken through to the Nirvana realm. He is gathering all the beasts here to deal with you, Master, Yunmu said. Upon hearing this, Emo Tianxiao's eyes rippled and a strange look flashed across them. The Mirage Dragon King has also broken through to the Nirvana realm. Du Xiaofu looked at Emo Tianxiao in confusion. It seems that something has changed in the 4 divine domains. That is why he was able to break through. Emo Tianxiao said to Du Xiaofu. He had been wondering how he was able to break through to the Nirvana realm in the divine domain. Now, it seemed that it was not because he was special, but because something had changed in the divine domain. Has the Mirage Dragon broken through to the Nirvana realm? The corner of Du Xiaofu's mouth twitched. He was not too worried. Not to mention that he was not afraid. Tian Lang had also broken through to the Nirvana realm. Master, if my guess is correct, the Mirage Dragon King is probably looking for Mia Meng King and Thunder Eagle King. If the Mirage Dragon King wants to unite all the beasts in this space, he must do so, Dang Hu said to Du Xiaofu. Then, from Dang Hu, Yunmu, and the Great Domain Realm Beast, Du Xiaofu learned that 1,000 years ago, there were a total of 3 Supreme Beast Kings among the ancient beasts in the Divine Domain. They were the Mirage Dragon King, Mia Meng King, and Thunder Eagle King. Mia Meng King's true form was a Mia Meng bird, and Thunder Eagle King's true form was a Thunder Eagle. Although the Mirage Dragon King was strong back then, Mia Meng King and Thunder Eagle King were able to keep him in check. They were even stronger than the Mirage Dragon King. However, 1,000 years ago, Mia Meng King and Thunder Eagle King had tried to break through the domain, but they had been suppressed by the space here. Both of them had been severely injured, but they had managed to survive. Since then, Mia Meng King and Thunder Eagle King had lived in seclusion, and the Mirage Dragon King had become the first king here. Yunmu had mentioned this to Du Xiaofu, and Du Xiaofu still remembered it. However, Du Xiaofu did not know that Mia Meng King and Thunder Eagle King were also supreme Nirvana realm beasts. Du Xiaofu was a little moved by this. After Mia Meng King and Thunder Eagle King were both severely injured, although they lived in seclusion, they were afraid that the Mirage Dragon King would deal with them. Therefore, they formed an alliance. They are still extremely powerful, and have great rallying power in this space. Therefore, if the Mirage Dragon King wants to unite everyone, he will definitely go back and find Mia Meng King and Thunder Eagle King, Dang Hu said. If the Mirage Dragon unites all the remaining demonic beasts and mingles with the dragons, it will be troublesome. Du Xiaofu frowned when he heard this. Although he was not afraid, many disciples of the desolate country were still in the divine domain. Once the Mirage Dragon King unites all the ancient demonic beasts, it would definitely be a terrifying lineup. If the Mirage Dragon unites with the dragons, it would be a great threat to the desolate country and the others. This was definitely not a good thing. Do you know the whereabouts of Thunder Eagle King and Mia Meng King? Du Xiaofu asked. He wanted to find Mia Meng King and Thunder Eagle King. At least, he could not let the Mirage Dragon become powerful. The mountains and valleys were lush and verdant. Swish, swish, many figures landed in the surroundings, and a vast aura immediately descended. The ones in the lead were quite a few elders. Their eyes were bright, blazing, and intimidating. Search for the whereabouts of that little bastard. The legalism sect will reward you handsomely. You must find that little bastard as soon as possible, an elder said. His eyes were cold, and his aura was extremely vigorous. The dragon's sect will also reward you handsomely. As long as you have news of that little bastard, you will be able to obtain the treasures of the dragon's sect, a middle-aged man in battle attire said. Spread the news. As long as someone gives the little bastard accurate information, the School of Vertical and Horizontal is willing to take out a large domain-level elixir as a reward, an old woman said. Her hair was like fire, and her aura was intimidating. As per the elder's orders, immediately, many figures left amidst the whooshing sounds of wind being torn apart. This was a strange land. The energy of heaven and earth was rich, but there were electric arcs in the air. The surroundings were lush and verdant, and many of the plants were closely related to thunder and lightning. The plants filled with thunder and lightning were dazzling and sparkling. It was very magical. Roar in the depths of the earth, there were majestic mountains. Beasts roared like thunder, and a shocking aura soared into the sky. There were many ferocious demonic beasts roaring like thunder. In the sky there were ferocious birds flapping their wings, and their ferocious auras swept out in all directions. Chapter 1707. Sea Serpent Dragon, what is the meaning of this? In front of the huge stone palace, a thunder eagle with a wingspan of only 1,000 feet exuded a shocking aura. Its feathers were covered in lightning runes, and its aura was extremely shocking. Beside Lei Ying was a mieming bird with a wingspan of only 1,000 feet. Its entire body was green, and its feathers shone brightly. However, its tail was fiery red. This mieming bird was very strange. There was a pair of strange claws above its sharp claws, which looked like human arms. However, both the Thunder Eagle and the mieming bird gave off an extremely powerful aura. Thunder Eagle, mieming, follow me, and you will benefit greatly. When the time comes, this entire space will belong to us. Everything in the Supreme Tomb, even if someone else obtains it, will belong to us. The Sea Serpent Dragon King hovered in the sky. His armor shone, and many powerful ancient monster species followed behind him, exuding a powerful and ferocious aura. Sea Serpent Dragon, you are not qualified to make us follow you, the Thunder Eagle said. Its voice was sharp, and lightning shot out from its eyes. It was frightening to look at. Do you think that after enduring for 1,000 years while the Thunder Eagle and I are injured, you can't take it any more? The mieming bird said. It looked at the Sea Serpent Dragon with a cold light in its eyes. If you are not convinced, then don't blame me for being rude. The Sea Serpent Dragon sneered. He had already broken through to the Moksha realm and didn't want to waste time talking. He waved his hand at the powerful monster kings behind him and said, "Kill!" Roar. In an instant, the monster kings who had reached the Great Domain Realm and the Sealed Domain Realm leaped forward. Shocking auras erupted from their bodies as they activated their huge bodies. With a terrifying aura, they roared and pounced at the monster kings behind the Thunder Eagle King and the Mieming King. Roar. The monster kings behind the Thunder Eagle King and the Mieming King also erupted with bright runes. They immediately collided with the monster kings around the Sea Serpent Dragon King. Bang, bang, bang! In an instant, those demonic beast kings violently collided with each other as they roared. The surrounding mountain rocks were shattered and the space trembled. Their roars were like thunder. You refuse a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit. You are already outdated. Follow me. This is your last chance. The Hui Dragon King sneered. He was very fierce and powerful as he pointed at the Thunderhawk King and the Destruction King. Sea Serpent Dragon, you were so respectful to us back then. Are you rebelling now? Mieming King was not afraid. His voice was cold. Haha, all of you are just losers. What qualifications do you have to be brave? The Sea Serpent King laughed proudly. Suddenly, his body shone brightly as he transformed into a 1,000-meter-long sea serpent dragon. He looked at the Thunder Eagle King and Mieming King with disdain, releasing a terrifying aura. The despicable person who was so respectful back then wants to rebel? You're courting death. The Thunder Eagle roared and flapped its wings. Electric arcs surged around its body. Everywhere it passed, thunder and lightning surged, bringing with it a destructive aura. Lei Ying, you're not the same as before. The sea serpent roared, and its entire body glowed with light. Divine light burst from its huge body and collided with Yi Futian's attack. Its huge body was full of astonishing combat power. Bang! Bang! The two collided. The Thunder Eagle's wings collided with the Sea Serpent Dragon's tail. Light burst out, and divine light swept out like a tidal wave. The waves rolled, thunder rumbled, and the space resounded. Sea Serpent Dragon, you're courting death. Meng King flapped his wings and flew across the sky. His body shone with green light and a scorching aura. He instantly appeared beside the Sea Serpent King. You're no match for me even if you join forces. The Sea Serpent Dragon sneered. Light overflowed, and its dragon body flipped in the void. It spat out a dragon breath, and bright runes flashed in its mouth. It turned into an illusory Sea Serpent Dragon shadow and collided with Meng King. Bang! 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 Meng's body and the Thunder Eagle's body were pushed back at almost the same time. Their bodies flew away, and the ground below shook and the mountain peaks cracked. In an instant, the Sea Serpent Dragon had pushed back Thunder Eagle King and Meng King. It had the upper hand even though it was 1 against 2. Nirvana of liberation. The Thunder Eagle King was pushed back, and the electric arcs in his eyes fluctuated violently. Sea Serpent Dragon, you've broken through to Nirvana of liberation, Meng King said. His eyes were filled with disbelief, and his soul was trembling. At this moment, both Thunder Eagle King and Meng King could feel that the Sea Serpent King was no longer the same as before. That level could not escape their prying eyes. It was the Nirvana of liberation. What shocked Meng King and Thunder Eagle King even more was that they had failed to break through to the Nirvana of liberation. They had been severely injured and had not fully recovered even after 1,000 years. Now, the Sea Serpent King had broken the curse in this space and successfully broken through to that level. How could they not be shocked? Ha 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 ha, you failed back then. Now I've succeeded. Follow me and submit to me. You won't be my match anymore. The Sea Serpent King laughed. Back then, he had been suppressed by Thunder Eagle King and Meng King, and had to smile. Now that he could finally do without fear, this feeling made him very happy. Boom! When the laughter faded, the Sea Serpent King no longer concealed his Nirvana of truth aura. It swept out, and a terrifying power stirred the power of heaven and earth, crushing the void in all directions. Roar! The Sea Serpent King roared, and its aura rolled out. The aura of the Nirvana of Truth aura made the beast souls of the ancient demonic beasts in the surrounding mountains tremble and want to crawl. Roar! The beasts roared, and the mountains trembled. The earth quaked. The kings of the ancient demonic beasts that were fighting fiercely also stopped under the aura released by the Sea Serpent King. Their bodies trembled. Thunder Eagle King and Meng King looked at each other. Even at their peak, they would not be able to do anything to the Sea Serpent King. Moreover, they had forcefully broken through to the Nirvana of liberation 1,000 years ago and were severely injured. However, their injuries had not healed for 1,000 years, and now they were even less of a match for the Sea Serpent King. Meng, Thunder Eagle, a wise man submits to circumstances. This is your last chance. If you don't submit to me, I'll have to destroy you. The Sea Serpent King sneered, and its eyes looked down at Thunder Eagle King and Meng King with arrogance. Thunder Eagle King and Meng stood together, their eyes solemn. Thunder Eagle King and Meng King knew very well that if they did not submit to the Sea Serpent King today, the Sea Serpent King would not let them go. Now that the Sea Serpent King had stepped into the Nirvana of liberation, they were no longer a match for it. They only had 2 choices. Either submit to the Sea Serpent King, or die. Mixed Blood Dragon, you fled like a stray dog back then. I didn't expect you to come here and show off. Suddenly, a voice sounded from the distant void. Whoosh whoosh, at the same time, 2 figures flew over from the distant void. One was a purple-robed man with a resolute face, and the other was a green-robed man with a chiseled face. The 2 figures flew over and appeared extremely small in front of the Sea Serpent King's enormous body. Even compared to Thunder Eagle King and Meng's 1,000 feet tall bodies, they were extremely inconspicuous. However, the invisible aura that spread from their bodies distorted the void for no reason, and they were not suppressed by the Sea Serpent King at all. Du Xiaofu Tianlang. When the Sea Serpent King saw the two men, his pupils constricted and he trembled. How could the Sea Serpent King forget the two figures, especially the purple-robed man? He remembered him. Seeing the Sea Serpent King's reaction, Mianmeng King and Thunder Eagle King were secretly surprised. The newcomer should have a close relationship with the Sea Serpent King. It seemed that the Sea Serpent King had suffered a great loss at the hands of the newcomer. Then, they sized up Du Xiaofu and Tian Lang with curiosity and vigilance. Du Xiaofu appeared and looked at Thunder Eagle King and Mianmeng King. He recognized them and said, "You must be Thunder Eagle King and Mianmeng King. I have some old scores to settle with this mixed-blood dragon. How about I borrow your treasured land?" "No problem, use it as you wish." Thunder Eagle King and Mianmeng were solemn when they heard that. Seeing that someone had come to cause trouble for the Sea Serpent King, they were more than happy to oblige and immediately nodded. "He, I heard that you have not entered the Supreme Tomb. I was just about to look for you, but you have delivered yourself to me." Seeing Du Xiaofu suddenly appear, the Sea Serpent King was stunned for a moment before he sneered. The Sea Serpent King was no longer the same as before. He had now reached the Nirvana realm, and had heard that the Demon King Du Xiaofu had not entered the Supreme Tomb but had obtained the spiritual Thunder Soul Seed. He wanted to take revenge and obtain the spiritual Thunder Soul Seed as well as the true dragon horn on Long San. He did not expect the person he was looking for to appear in front of him. "Looking for me? That's not necessary. We meet again." Du Xiaofu looked at the Sea Serpent King and smiled faintly. He had found this place while following Yun Mu and Dang Hu. He did not expect to meet the Sea Serpent King here. Facing the Sea Serpent King who had now reached the Nirvana realm, Du Xiaofu was not afraid. He could even deal with Tian Lang, who was beside him. "Tian Lang, are you with this human?" The Sea Serpent King did not take Du Xiaofu seriously anymore. If it was before, he would have been very wary of him. However, he had now reached the Nirvana realm and his strength had improved tremendously. He was completely different from before. He was no longer worried about Du Xiaofu. The Sea Serpent King found it strange that Tian Lang had been with Gongsun Wuji from the school of vertical and horizontal. Now, he was with the Demon King Du Xiaofu. This surprised him. "This has nothing to do with you. Surrender yourself." Tian Lang stared at the Sea Serpent King with azure light in his eyes. He was not afraid of the descendants of the true dragon. Although the Sea Serpent King's bloodline was not weak among dragons, he naturally did not take him seriously. His Tian Lang bloodline was definitely not weaker than the Sea Serpent King's. It was even stronger. "If you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish." The Sea Serpent King replied to Heavenly Wolf Lonely Sky Howl. As powerful as he was, he had already stepped into the Nirvana realm. How could he care about Heavenly Wolf at this moment? His cold shout was like a dragon's roar. As soon as the Sea Serpent King finished speaking, his enormous dragon body flipped over. With a terrifying aura, he swatted towards Heavenly Wolf Lonely Sky Howl and Du Xiaofu. The Sea Serpent King attacked. He did not want to waste words. He wanted to kill Tian Lang and Du Xiaofu directly. Chapter 1708. Rumble. The huge dragon tail crashed down, stirring up a storm. Space twisted and shattered as it swept down like lightning. "You're the one who's looking for death, you mixed-blood dragon," Tian Lang growled. With a boom, green light erupted from his body. His Nirvana realm aura also erupted without any concealment. He shot out like a bolt of lightning. His claw tore through the void like a bolt of green lightning as it swiftly grabbed the Hui Dragon King's giant tail that was crushing down at him. With a whoosh, the terrifying Mirage Dragon's huge tail was stopped. At the same time, there was the sound of metal clashing. Sparks flew and dragon scale runes flickered. It was about to crack. The Mirage Dragon's huge tail wasn't crushed, but in pain, it immediately flew away. Nirvana Realm. You've reached Nirvana Realm too. The Mirage Dragon King coiled in the air and stared at Mo Tianxiao. His huge eyes were filled with shock. The Mirage Dragon King had thought that he was the only Nirvana Realm cultivator here. He didn't expect Sky Wolf to have reached this level too. Another Nirvana Realm cultivator. In the distance, Thunder Eagle King and Mia Meng King were also shocked. Two Nirvana Realm cultivators had already appeared in this space. They couldn't help but be shocked. Boom! Suddenly, the vast void began to tremble. In an instant, the surrounding void began to distort and become chaotic. A strange pattern appeared in the space, covering the vast space and forming a void 8 trigrams. The huge 8 trigrams spread, enveloping Sky Wolf Mo Tianxiao and the Mirage Dragon. The Mirage Dragon King seemed to sense something. His dragon soul trembled for no reason and he immediately retreated. But it was too late. The surrounding space was chaotic. The strange pattern spread for tens of thousands of feet, restricting the Mirage Dragon King everywhere. At this moment, with Du Xiaofu as the center, the Void 8 trigrams spread out like a divine ring. The Void 8 trigrams shone with dazzling light, creating all kinds of phenomena. There were mountains and lakes, wind and rain, thunder and lightning alternating, sun, moon, and stars changing, mountains and rivers moving. This was Du Xiaofu's attack. He was afraid that the Mirage Dragon King would escape again. At this moment, the Mirage Dragon King was already at the Nirvana Realm. Du Xiaofu used all his strength and held nothing back. He was determined to keep the Mirage Dragon King here, and not give him a chance to escape again. Last time, this Nightmare Dragon King had escaped from Du Xiaoyao, which showed that it was not an ordinary creature. Du Xiaofu had to be careful and used his full strength. Roar! When the 8 trigrams appeared in the void, a terrifying pressure filled the air. All the ancient demonic beasts in the surroundings trembled. Not good, the Sea Serpent King's dragon soul trembled and roared. However, no matter how hard Nightmare Dragon King tried, he couldn't break free from the strange void pattern. From within the 8 trigrams in the void, a strange and vast might could directly suppress his Nirvana Realm cultivation base. Roar! The Sea Serpent King roared and activated his supreme power. A divine ring like a divine flame appeared in the sky and its power skyrocketed. The terrifying power shook the void and destroyed a large area of space. It seemed to want to shatter the 8 trigrams in the void. Let's work together and kill the mixed blood dragon, according to my instructions. Du Xiaofu's voice reached Mo Tianxiao's ears. Within the 8 trigrams in the void, Mo Tianxiao was not suppressed. Roar! Mo Tianxiao activated his true body and activated the nirvana power of the Lesser Sovereign. The 100-feet-long body of the Azure Light Heavenly Wolf was mighty. According to Du Xiaofu's voice, the Heavenly Wolf Mo Tianxiao's true body shuttled through the 8 trigrams in the void and pounced on the Mirage Dragon King. He's also a supreme Nirvana Realm cultivator. In the distance, Thunder Hawk King and Mia Meng King were already trembling under the strange void pattern. They were once again surprised by the Heavenly Wolf's supreme Nirvana Realm cultivator. No wonder this beast and man dared to fight against the Mirage Dragon. They were indeed not to be trifled with. Almost at the same time, thunder resounded in the sky. Winds rose and clouds surged. In an instant, thunderclouds covered the entire sky. In an instant, purple lightning arcs spread out for tens of thousands of feet, as if countless purple streaks of light were pouring down from the sky. Purple lightning runes radiated brightly, and a murderous aura swept out, causing the entire space to tremble. Du Xiaofu activated his lightning martial vein and appeared in the 8 trigrams. Purple lightning arcs flickered all over his body. Above his forehead, 9 divine flame-like halos connected the heavens and the earth. The might of the heavens and the earth descended, and the Nirvana Realm cultivator's aura spread out. What a terrifying aura of lightning! Thunder Hawk King trembled. As a Thunder Hawk, he was born to cultivate the lightning profound. He was the pride of the lightning profound. However, under the terrifying murderous aura of the lightning profound, his beast's soul trembled and couldn't resist. A supreme Nirvana realm cultivator. That human is a legendary supreme Nirvana realm cultivator. Mia Meng King exclaimed as he recognized the identity of that supreme Nirvana realm cultivator. His divine soul trembled and his feathers stood up. Roar! The shocking commotion caused the ancient demonic beasts in the surroundings to roar and crawl. Suppress! Du Xiaofu made his move and soared into the sky. He activated the golden Peng wings on his back and transformed into a true Peng in human form. At this moment, Du Xiaofu was attacking with all his might. He was like a monstrous overlord that had been born. He erupted with endless divine light and lightning, forming all kinds of energy ripples that attacked the 1,000-foot-long sea serpent dragon. The power of a supreme Nirvana realm cultivator, the golden Peng bird's beast energy, the lightning martial vein, and the 8 trigrams. At this moment, Du Xiaofu condensed them together. How terrifying was its might! It shattered the void. This was enough to show that Du Xiaofu didn't underestimate the Sea Serpent King at all. He didn't dare to be careless. He and Heavenly Wolf Lonely Sky Howl attacked with all their might. Roar! Heavenly Wolf roared. He activated the Heavenly Wolf's beast energy and cooperated with Du Xiaofu to kill the Sea Serpent King. Heavenly Wolf alone wasn't weaker than the Sea Serpent King. Now that Du Xiaofu was attacking with all his might, the Sea Serpent King's situation was obvious. Although Du Xiaofu had yet to reach the Nirvana stage of Nirvana with his freakish strength, when he was at the Nirvana stage of Nirvana, he had still battled the peak Nirvana stage Celestial Wolf, Lonely Sky Howl, and Heavenly Fiend Yeluhan. At this moment, Du Xiaofu was at the peak of the Nirvana realm. With the 8 trigrams, Du Xiaofu definitely wasn't weaker than Heavenly Wolf Lonely Sky Howl. Previously, when Lonely Sky Howl broke through to the Nirvana realm, he didn't dare to attack Du Xiaofu. Roar! Under the siege, the Sea Serpent King unleashed all his strength. He dispelled Du Xiaofu and Heavenly Wolf's attacks, but he was suppressed by the 8 trigrams. The pitiful Sea Serpent King didn't take Du Xiaofu and Heavenly Wolf seriously. At the Nirvana realm, he thought he could be proud of everything in the divine domain. Who knew that in the blink of an eye, he would be suppressed and besieged so pathetically? Whoosh! Du Xiaofu wasn't fighting. He was completely surrounded. His eyes were like lightning. He appeared and disappeared unpredictably on the 8 trigrams. His body rippled as he summoned the purple gold heavenly tower. Roar! Ghosts wailed and gods howled. Dragons roared and tigers roared. The purple gold heavenly tower showed its power. Its sword radiance filled the sky. It contained the dominating sword Tao as it continuously attacked the Sea Serpent King. Thunder Eagle King was exterminated. Monarch Meng was stunned. How domineering was that human? He was clearly at the Nirvana realm, but he was even stronger than a Nirvana realm cultivator. The supreme golden-winged rock beast aura on the human made him seem like a golden-winged rock instead of a human. Whoosh whoosh, Du Xiaofu brandished his sword. His sword chi was like a golden rainbow. The sword radiance was resplendent and sharp. Runes intertwined and carried purple-gold electric arcs. It was extremely powerful and constantly shattered the void. At the same time, Du Xiaofu activated the Dark Seeker Grass and the Grass of Immortality. They shone resplendently as they devoured vitality and suppressed evil. It was extremely miraculous. Roar, roar! The Sea Serpent King was already using all his strength, but his dragon scales were still cracked. He was constantly bleeding from Du Xiaofu and Heavenly Wolf's attacks. The Sea Serpent King's ferocious roar was like thunder. His rage was mixed with fear. The more he fought, the more fearful he became. Mo Tianxiao didn't hold back either. Now that he had broken through to the nirvanic nirvana realm, he seemed to want to know just how strong he had become. He attacked with all his might, coordinating with Du Xiaofu's voice transmissions and attacks. Every time he attacked the Nightmare Dragon King, he would inflict massive damage. Find an opportunity and attack with all your strength. Don't give that mixed-blood dragon a chance to self-destruct. Du Xiaofu's voice transmission reached Mo Tianxiao's ears. If the Nirvana Realm Sea Serpent King was pushed to the end and self-destructed, it wouldn't be a joke. Du Xiaofu didn't want to lose 800 of his own to kill 1,000 enemies. Under such repeated attacks, Mo Tianxiao found an opportunity. The green light on his body suddenly surged, turning into a green river that swept out in all directions. The runes were incomparably dazzling, and the surrounding green light and mysterious runes bloomed like the sun. Heavenly Wolf howls at the moon. Heavenly Wolf! The Heavenly Wolf raised its head and roared. The void rumbled and a vast aura filled the air. Countless ferocious giant wolf phantoms leaped about. The terrifying might made the surrounding ancient demonic beasts tremble in fear. The beast souls were terrified and wanted to prostrate themselves. This was Mo Tianxiao's killer move. It caused the space to ripple as he attacked the Sea Serpent King with all his strength. Sea Serpent Illusion. The Sea Serpent King trembled and resisted with all its strength. Its dragon body flipped and countless phantoms surged out, enveloping the void and resisting Heavenly Wolf Mo Tianxiao. Earthly Fire Bright Destruction. Heavenly Luster Trigram Destruction. Heavenly Fire Dual Destruction. But at the same time, strange hand seals condensed from Du Xiaofu's hands. The 8 trigram diagram changed, and a vast pressure appeared in the void. Rumble, suddenly, lightning stars appeared in the void of the 8 trigram diagram. Blazing flames burned, and the mountains and rivers moved. The entire area seemed to be affected at this moment. The power of heaven and earth pressed down, and the heaven and earth resonated. Resplendent runes surged like the sea, creating layers of stormy waves. The heavens above shake the earth below, the heavenly thunder will not be recklessly broken. Boom! Du Xiaofu's hand seals changed continuously, and the void above the 8 trigram diagram changed again. Lightning flashed and thunder rumbled. Terrifying thunderbolts traversed the universe. During the battle with Moksha, Du Xiaofu activated the 8 trigram diagram with all his strength. It could even suppress Moksha's perfected Grand Supreme Nirvana power. Although the Sea Serpent King had reached the Nirvana realm, with Moksha's strength and Nirvana cultivation, he could still fight against a Nirvana realm expert. Moreover, although the Sea Serpent King was at the Nirvana realm, Du Xiaofu had not reached the Nirvana realm yet. But in this period of time, his comprehension of various things had improved, and he had fused with the soul-annihilating Thunder Soul Seed. The 8 trigram diagram in the void rippled violently, and all kinds of terrifying phenomena appeared. The surrounding void shattered inch by inch and was annihilated. Crack, crack, the pitiful Sea Serpent King was completely suppressed. The dragon scales on its body were shattered, and the Sea Serpent King's body was cracked. It was covered in blood, and it spat out blood. Chapter 1709. Qi. The real rock behind Du Xiaofu flapped its golden wings, sending out a blinding golden light that swept through everything. His eyes were purple and golden like lightning. He rushed out and gathered a palm, slamming it towards the heavily injured Hui Dragon King. Du Xiaofu's palm was covered with a mystical seal. The figure of a golden-winged rock appeared, shining with golden light and flickering with silver-yellow lightning. A monstrous pressure radiated from it. A monstrous pressure descended. It contained a pressure that all beasts could not resist. This pressure came from the souls of all beasts, from their bloodlines. Roar! At this moment, all the ancient demonic beasts in the area trembled and prostrated themselves on the ground. The heavily injured Sea Serpent King, who was vomiting blood, was even more shocked. The terrifying pressure made the dragon's soul in Nightmare Dragon King's mind tremble. This was the descent of a supreme beast. He was completely suppressed. Blood Soul Seal. Roar! Du Xiaofu's palm landed on Nightmare Dragon King's forehead amidst the roars of dragons, phoenixes, lions, and tigers. Instantly, a terrifying pressure erupted. Du Xiaofu wasn't using beast-controlling technique. He was using the Blood Soul Seal to kill Nightmare Dragon King. The terrifying pressure contained in the Blood Soul Seal was the nemesis of all beasts. It had a huge suppressive effect on all beasts. Nightmare Dragon King's pupils constricted as he was attacked by the Blood Soul Seal. Kill! Roar! His purple robe fluttered and his hair rippled with purple lightning arcs. The next moment, Du Xiaofu didn't waste any time. The purple-gold heavenly tower filled the sky with supreme power. 9 divine rings appeared in the sky. The sword slashed through the void, accompanied by the cries of ghosts, dragons, tigers, birds, and turtles. It was earth-shattering. Chi-la-la, this sword carried the power of heaven and earth. It smashed the 6 divine rings above Nightmare Dragon King's head into pieces. The purple-gold sword radiance landed on Nightmare Dragon King's neck like a thunderbolt. The sound of metal clashing resounded. Sparks bloomed on the dragon's scales like fireworks. This sword was intertwined with dazzling runes and purple-gold lightning arcs surged. It was as if the void was shaking. Chi-la. Wherever the sword light passed, the sea serpent's ferocious head was separated from its body. The blood of the supreme sea serpent spilled out, but it did not disperse. It was dazzling. Pring, the enormous body of the sea serpent was cut into 2 and fell to the messy ground below, causing the ferocious gazes of the ancient demonic beasts to tremble and their beast souls to tremble. The Clam Dragon King's ferocious head rolled. Its ferocious dragon eyes constricted in its final fear and despair. The dragon's soul in its mind was also shattered. It did not escape death. Even someone as powerful as the Nightmare Dragon King would never have dreamed that he would be killed after breaking through to the Nirvana stage of Nirvana. However, the Sea Serpent King did not know that his proximity to the dragons had brought him a fatal calamity. Dead. The Sea Serpent has been killed. The hearts of Thunder Eagle King and Mia Meng King trembled when they saw Nightmare Dragon King's hideous head rolling on the ground. This was a huge blow to them. He's not weak at all. Heavenly Wolf Mo Tianxiao withdrew his true form and transformed into the angular azure-robed man. He landed in front of Nightmare Dragon King's enormous corpse with a look of shock in his eyes. The Sea Serpent King's strength was not to be underestimated. At this moment, Mo Tianxiao was also shocked by Du Xiaofu's abnormal strength. He was glad that he had held back from attacking after breaking through. From the looks of it, Mo Tianxiao knew that even if he had attacked back then, he would not have gained any advantage in the end. Followers of the mixed blood dragons, submit to me and I will spare your lives. Otherwise, I will kill you without mercy. Du Xiaofu stood in the air, his voice booming. We are willing to submit. Roar! The demonic beasts that had been following the Sea Serpent King looked at each other. After witnessing the shocking death of the Sea Serpent King with their own eyes, they no longer had a choice. Their expressions changed as they chose to submit. Master Yun Mu, Dang Hu, and the others flew over from the distance. They were much slower and had only just arrived. When they saw the Sea Serpent King's corpse, they trembled violently inside. A Nirvana Sea Serpent King is a great tonic. Don't waste it. I'll leave it to you guys. Wash it well. Du Xiaofu's figure landed and withdrew everything. However, the purple robe on his back was destroyed by the great pink golden wings, revealing 2 holes. After digging out the Sea Serpent King's bones and pulling out the dragon horns, Du Xiaofu instructed Yun Mu and the others to wash the Sea Serpent King's corpse clean. Du Xiaofu did not forget to instruct Yun Mu and the others to collect the Sea Serpent King's dragon scales. The scales on the Sea Serpent King's body were definitely treasures. After a while, the aroma of meat filled the air. The Sea Serpent King's treasured soup was suffused with multicolored light and rich energy waves. This was not the first time Yun Mu and Dang Hu had eaten it. They did not hold back at all, and were already drooling while washing it. Du Xiaofu ate the roasted meat and drank the Sea Serpent King's treasured soup. He wanted to obtain some benefits by killing the Sea Serpent King. When the time came, he would be able to break through and advance further. Thunderhawk King, Miameng King, do you want to have a taste? This is your territory after all. Du Xiaofu did not forget Thunderhawk King and Miameng King, and called out to the two beasts. The aroma of the roasted meat filled the air and the Sea Serpent King's treasured soup bubbled. Thunderhawk King and Miameng King naturally knew that the benefits were amazing and could not hold back. Although they were secretly wary, they could not hold back in the end. Thunderhawk King transformed into a handsome middle-aged man with lightning flashing in his eyes. Miameng transformed into a beautiful middle-aged woman in a long green dress with reddish hair. After the two beasts transformed, they also joined in on the roasted meat. Come, you guys come and have some too. Du Xiaofu said to the kings of the ancient demonic beast remnants, who had just submitted, and the kings of the ancient demonic beast remnants behind Thunderhawk King and Miameng King. The kings of the ancient demonic beast remnants behind Thunderhawk King and Miameng King looked at Thunderhawk King and Miameng King. Then, under Thunderhawk King's and Miameng King's signal, they could not hold back and charged forward. The beasts ate heartily. Mo Tianxiao also wolfed down the food. The atmosphere among the group of beasts was actually very harmonious. The Sea Serpent King's corpse was huge, but Sky Wolf, Dang Hu, Thunderhawk King, and Miameng King had big appetite. It did not take long for them to be completely devoured. The kings of the ancient demonic beast remnants were still savoring the taste. I heard that the two of you were severely injured when you tried to force your way through? Du Xiaofu wiped the grease off his mouth and asked Thunderhawk King and Miameng King. We forcefully broke through in order to fight for a chance of survival. However, we did not expect to be severely injured in the end. Although we managed to survive, we still have not fully recovered after 1,000 years, let alone improve further. Otherwise, the Sea Serpent King would not have been able to come here and show off. Thunderhawk King said. After eating the meat soup, he was much less wary of Du Xiaofu. He also felt that this ferocious human did not have any ill intentions towards them. In fact, he had indirectly helped them greatly. Then, Du Xiaofu learned some things from Thunderhawk King and Miameng King. These ancient demonic beast remnants had been trapped in the god domain and were unable to take half a step out. It was rumored that they would only have a chance of survival if they broke through to the realm domain and Nirvana realm. However, they were unable to break through to the realm domain and Nirvana realm. In the end, they could only wait in the god domain until their vitality ran out and they died, unable to advance any further. Over the years, some of the ancient demonic beast remnants had reached the peak of the great domain realm and sought a chance of survival in order to break through. However, many of them who had forcefully broken through met with misfortune in the end without exception. There were also ancient demonic beast remnants who hoped to seek opportunities and fight for survival in some of the dangerous places in this space. However, in the end, their spirits were destroyed and they perished. Thunderhawk King and Miameng King were both outstanding figures among the ancient demonic beast remnant. They were Nirvana realm sovereigns and were naturally unwilling to resign themselves to death. They did not retreat and also attempted to break through by force. However, in the end, they still failed. Fortunately, they managed to survive in the end. However, their strength was also greatly reduced due to their heavy injuries. The reason we're guarding this place is because of a legend left behind by an expert in the past. It's said that there's a great opportunity in this dangerous place. There's a chance that we can recover from the serious injuries we suffered when we forcefully broke through. Perhaps we can even unlock the secret of this space that's suppressing us from breaking through to the domain realm and Nirvana realm. Meng King did not hide anything from Du Xiaofu and revealed many secrets. He said, Nightmare Dragon King came to find us because we are guarding this place. He wants to pry into the secrets within and obtain the opportunities within. If you have a chance to recover, why not look for it? Du Xiaofu's eyes glowed as he asked Thunderhawk King and Meng King. It is too dangerous. That is a place of great danger. All living beings enter but never come out. Even when we were at our peak, we did not dare to enter, let alone now. Thunderhawk King smiled bitterly. A few months ago, there was an extraordinary human expert who was unparalleled in strength. Thunderhawk King and I joined forces but could not stop him. He barged in, but in the end, he was chased by a group of divine soul-devouring ants. Meng King said, Divine soul-devouring ants. Du Xiaofu raised his eyebrows and immediately asked Meng King and Thunderhawk King, Did that fellow bring 8 maidservants with him? He was dressed in a white battle robe and looked pleasing to the eye? That's right. That fellow was also a Nirvana realm sovereign. Meng King nodded in surprise. It was the successor of the great snow mountain, Lian Qingrong. Mo Tianxiao said. Du Xiaofu nodded. He was sure that it was Lian Qingrong. So, it was here that Lian Qingrong was chased by a group of divine soul-devouring ants. That place should not be simple. Du Xiaofu pondered in his heart. Such an incomparably dangerous place was known as a place of great danger. A group of divine soul-devouring ants occupied it, and it was sufficient to show how dangerous it was. However, it was also likely that it truly contained an enormous fortune. How about we make a deal? After pondering for a moment, Du Xiaofu looked at Thunderhawk King and Meng King and said, I said that I would try my best to make up for it yesterday morning. In the end, I delayed it and made it 7 to express my apology. It is almost 7 in the morning and I am too sleepy. Today's update should start at night. Brothers, don't wait for the update in the morning. Chapter 17:10. What kind of deal? Meng King and Thunderhawk King looked at Du Xiaofu with some surprise. It seemed that there was nothing good to do with this savage human. I plan to take a look at that place of great danger. If I can find an opportunity to heal your injuries, you can follow me for 100 years. If I can't find any opportunity to heal your injuries, then forget about it. Du Xiaofu said to Thunderhawk King and Meng King seriously. Thunderhawk King and Meng King were both Nirvana sovereigns. 1,000 years ago they had even suppressed Nightmare Dragon King. With Thunderhawk King and Meng King's talent and strength, as well as the fact that they controlled many ancient demonic beast species in the divine domain, Du Xiaofu had the intention of subduing them. 100 years was just a casual remark from Du Xiaofu. Even if Thunderhawk King and Meng King really only followed him for 100 years, it would be enough. The Thunderhawk King and Meng King looked at each other. If it was under normal circumstances, they would naturally refuse without the slightest hesitation. As powerful as they were, how could they be willing to submit to a human as they were the kings of the demonic beasts in the divine domain? However, the current situation was different. If their injuries could not be healed, and they could not make any more breakthroughs and step into the Nirvana realm, they would meet their end sooner or later. In addition, they had long heard rumors that this would be the last time the divine domain was opened. When the time came, they did not know what would happen to them. This is too difficult. That is a place of great danger. Living beings who enter have never come out. No living being has ever been able to come out. Thunderhawk King shook his head and sighed helplessly. For the sake of Nightmare Dragon King's roasted meat and treasure soup, he did not hide it from Du Xiaofu. To tell you the truth, during this period of time, we have purposely spread the news in hopes of attracting more people to enter the great slaughtering grounds. Quite a number of people have already entered and I reckon that they have all met their end. No one will be able to come out alive. Meng King said to Du Xiaofu. This was the last time the divine domain was opened, and they didn't have much time left. They had to understand the place of great danger as soon as possible, so they purposely leaked the news and exaggerated it, attracting many people to enter. They wanted to take the opportunity to test the waters and see if anyone would be able to obtain anything. However, the result was as expected. No one could escape. You guys are really cunning. Du Xiaofu King and Mia Meng King and Thunderhawk King. They were purposely trying to trick people into entering the place of great danger. They could just wait. Behind them would be the fishermen. The mantis stalked the cicada. The oriole is the oryx. I learned this from you, Mia Meng King said to Du Xiaofu impolitely. Are you sure you want to enter the place of great danger? Mo Tianxiao looked at Du Xiaofu and asked. Nothing ventured, nothing gained. It's good to go and take a look. Du Xiaofu nodded. He had already reached the pinnacle of the nirvana stage of true self. If he wanted to go further, he would have to look for opportunities. There was already a change in the divine domain. Many experts from the outside world had already entered, and cultivators below the great domain realm were no longer suppressed by the divine domain. If, in the near future, experts of the domain realm or even higher could enter the divine domain, Du Xiaofu would have to guard against the dragons, school of vertical and horizontal, and legalism. Du Xiaofu knew better than anyone what kind of situation he would be in if he were to face the likes of Moksha. However, if legalism, school of vertical and horizontal, and dragons of the domain realm or even higher were to enter the divine domain, he knew better than anyone what kind of situation he would be in. Therefore, Du Xiaofu had heard that there were opportunities in the place of great danger. He guessed that the more dangerous the place was, the more likely the rewards would be. He had to improve as soon as possible in order to face everything that was to come. It was necessary to look for opportunities appropriately. Moreover, the entire space of the divine realm had changed. Du Xiaofu guessed that there might have been a change in the Great Calamity Grounds as well. Within the Great Calamity Grounds there might be life. That life might have always existed, but no one could find it. After nodding to Mo Tianxiao, Du Xiaofu looked at Thunderhawk King and Mia Meng King and said, Let's get back to the topic. I'm going to enter the place of great danger. What if I find the opportunity that you want and can help you recover from your injuries? Thunderhawk King and Mia Meng King exchanged glances, and finally looked at Du Xiaofu at the same time. Thunderhawk King clenched his teeth and said to Du Xiaofu, If you can really help us recover from our injuries, we'll do as you said and follow you for 100 years. All right, a gentleman keeps his word. It's settled then. Du Xiaofu smiled. Even without Thunderhawk King and Mia Meng King, he still planned to enter the place of great danger. Du Xiaofu could help Thunderhawk King and Mia Meng search for what they wanted. If he could succeed and make these two beasts serve him for 100 years, they would definitely be a great help. Anyway, this is the last time the divine domain will be opened. The future is boundless. If we can't improve, we don't know where our path will be. Will the beasts in the entire space still have a chance to survive? If you want to enter the place of great danger, we'll go with you. We've explored some of the outer regions before. At least we'll be of some use. Mia Meng King said to Du Xiaofu. They had also decided to enter the place of great danger. All right. Du Xiaofu nodded. Naturally, he wouldn't reject. With Mia Meng King and Thunderhawk King by his side, it would undoubtedly be more convenient to familiarize himself with the place. I'll go too, Mo Tianxiao said softly. His eyes were as calm as the calm waves on his angular face. I agree. Du Xiaofu smiled at Mo Tianxiao. Master, we want to go too. Yun Mu, Dang Hu, and the others also wanted to go in. You guys don't have to go. Stay here. At the same time, keep the person I'm looking for, Du Xiaofu said to Yun Mu and the others. The aura of great danger wasn't better with more people. If one's strength wasn't enough, it would be harmful instead. When are we going in? Thunderhawk King asked. I'll make some preparations first. There's no time to lose. Let's go tomorrow morning, Du Xiaofu said as he looked at the sky that was already setting. The setting sun dyed the western mountains with the sunset glow, enveloping the vast mountain range with radiance. Bzzz, in this strange mountain range, there were lightning flashes shuttling through the air from time to time, emitting electric arcs. Du Xiaofu learned from Thunderhawk King that there used to be a lightning treasure in this place. Therefore, this place was special. The Thunderhawk King was the true form of a thunderhawk, and he cultivated the profundity of lightning. Thus, this place became his cultivation paradise. In addition to the fact that the land of great danger was not far away, this place later became his and King Miameng's base. On the mountain peak that appeared to be quite messy, the surroundings were razed to the ground by the previous battle. After Du Xiaofu casually set up a restriction on the huge shattered rocks, he sat down cross-legged and began to close his eyes and breathe. Du Xiaofu did not stand on ceremony with the large amount of supreme sea serpent meat and supreme sea serpent soup. He devoured a lot of it, and with the help of the golden-winged great rock, he was able to fully absorb the energy contained in the supreme sea serpent meat and supreme sea serpent soup. The energy contained in the Mirage Dragon meat and soup at the Nirvana realm, as well as the entire Mirage Dragon, was no small matter, even for Du Xiaofu. He could even extract a lot of Dragon Clan beast energy from the soup and the sea serpent's flesh. It could be said that ordinary demonic beasts would definitely be reborn if they could eat a few mouthfuls of the Supreme Mirage Dragon meat and drink a few mouthfuls of the Supreme Mirage Dragon soup. However, the Nirvana Realm Mirage Dragon meat and soup couldn't be eaten by just any demonic beast or human. The enormous energy contained in the Mirage Dragon meat could completely crush those who weren't strong enough. Walala, a moment later, a golden light rippled around Du Xiaofu's body. It was as though a golden light barrier had covered his surroundings. It emitted an incomparably overbearing aura, causing some of the ancient demonic beast descendants in the distance to not dare to approach. Everything in the world is constantly changing. The true self is not the true self. Nirvana is the emptiness of everything. At the same time, Du Xiaofu murmured softly as he breathed and adjusted his breathing, sinking into a certain state. Chapter 17:11. At the Nirvana realm of True Self, Du Xiaofu had never stopped comprehending. He deduced various profundities, comprehended various ascetic practices, and focused on comprehending in order to improve further. A few days ago, Du Xiaofu had humbly asked for advice from Mo Tianxiao. He had been enlightened and comprehended meticulously. Impermanence in all actions, non-self in all laws, nirvana silence, true self-liberation. After a while, Du Xiaofu was completely immersed in it. Combining the comprehensions he had gained from the previous battle and comprehending his profundities, he began to sink into the sea of comprehension. This time, he was going to enter the land of great danger that the Thunderhawk King and the others had mentioned. Even the divine soul-devouring ant that had chased after Lian Qingrong had come from there. Du Xiaofu had no choice but to be fully prepared. Therefore, Du Xiaofu decided to delay for a night and refine the flesh and blood of the Hui Dragon King first. The more preparation he had, the safer he would be when the time came. The sky gradually darkened, and the stars twinkled. Electric arcs rippled in the air. The rippling golden electric arcs around Du Xiaofu were extremely eye-catching. Yun Mu and Dang, who sat cross-legged around him, guarding Du Xiaofu. Do you think that Du Xiaofu will have a chance of succeeding this time? No living being has ever come out from that place. There are only those who enter, but never come out. On a distant mountain peak, the Thunderhawk King and Mia Meng King gazed at the land of flickering golden symbols. Their eyes flickered. That Du Xiaofu is extraordinary. Mo Tianxiao also has the bloodline of a Nirvana realm heavenly wolf. Even the Hui Dragon was killed. Perhaps they really do have a chance. The Thunderhawk King's eyes were suffused with a faint light of lightning as he lightly said, "We already have no other choice." The space of the divine dominion is already opening for the last time. At that time, will all the beastmen, including us, be forever sealed within this space without the slightest chance of leaving? Or if the space of the divine dominion collapses, then we'll dissipate along with it and transform into nothingness? This is our last chance. Something has changed in the divine domain. Hopefully, something has changed in the slaughtering grounds as well. There will be a chance for us to get what we want. If that human really helps us, do we really have to follow him for 100 years? Moments later, Mia Meng looked at Thunderhawk King with ripples in his eyes. He's absolutely not simple. If he's really able to help all of you obtain what you desire, then it's the will of the heavens. Following him for 100 years isn't a long time, and it's better than being trapped in this space. The Thunderhawk King muttered lightly after pondering for a moment. In the distance, on a mountain peak, Sky Wolf sat cross-legged. His eyes shone with a green light in the night sky. He glanced in the direction of Thunder Eagle King and Mia Meng King from afar. Then, he closed his eyes again and began to refine the energy of Hui Dragon King's flesh and blood. At the same time, he was comprehending everything he had learned in the Supreme Tomb. Time passed slowly. The next morning, when the sky was already bright, Heavenly Wolf, Lonely Sky Howl, Thunderhawk King, Mia Meng King, and the others all made their preparations to enter the Great Danger Zone. However, at this moment, the golden radiance on Du Xiaofu's body was still fluctuating resplendently. His entire body was shrouded in the radiance of golden talisman runes. However, at this moment, within the golden radiance around Du Xiaofu's body, there were purple lightning overflowing, and there were strange and ancient runes jumping about. Everything was strangely connected to the space of the divine domain, and it was suffused with a feeling of exuberant vitality. He seems to have entered a state of comprehension. It's time. Should we wake him up? Thunderhawk King spoke. They were going to enter the Great Danger Zone today, and he had already made his preparations. However, when everyone looked at Du Xiaofu's appearance, he seemed to have forgotten about the matter of entering the Great Danger Zone today. He was already in a state of comprehension. This kind of state of comprehension could take a long time. It would take 3 to 5 years. To Thunderhawk King and the others, it wouldn't be strange for them to spend dozens of years in this state of comprehension. Therefore, they were afraid that Du Xiaofu would be delayed. No one is allowed to disturb him. Heavenly Wolf immediately spoke to Thunderhawk King and Mia Meng King as he looked at the purple lightning, ancient runes, and the fluctuations of golden talisman runes that shrouded Du Xiaofu's body. His gaze faintly carried a sense of warning. Thunderhawk King and Mia Meng King were helpless and could only continue to wait. Under Heavenly Wolf's instructions, Yun Mu, Dang Hu, and the others even protected him with all their might. No living beings were allowed to enter within a 3 kilometers radius. While Thunderhawk King and Mia Meng King were slightly surprised and helpless as they waited, time quietly flowed like sand. In the blink of an eye, 3 days had passed. As time passed, Du Xiaofu was still sitting cross-legged like an old monk in meditation, and he was still in a state of comprehension. Du Xiaofu was completely unaware of everything that was happening around him. However, the golden talisman runes, ancient runes, and purple lightning around him became more and more resplendent, as if they were one with the surrounding space. When will he awaken? There's not much time left in the divine domain. Thunderhawk King was a little worried. The divine domain had already opened for a long time, and the sovereign tomb had already opened. Once the divine domain opened, it would completely end. At that time, they wouldn't have any more chances. Mia Meng King looked at the man who was sitting cross-legged in the distance and was enveloped by several resplendent lights. A trace of sorrow flashed across his eyes as he helplessly sighed. Boom! Suddenly, the surrounding space trembled. This spatial tremor was very faint, but with Mia Meng King and Thunderhawk King's cultivation, they naturally wouldn't be mistaken. TSK, almost at the same time, Mo Tianxiao's eyes were suffused with a green light as he stared at Du Xiaofu. Boom! In a short period of time, another tremor resounded in the sky. It's from Du Xiaofu's body. This time, the Thunderhawk King and Mia Meng King immediately discovered the source of the spatial tremors. Their gazes instantly fell on Du Xiaofu at the same time. Roar! This spatial tremor also attracted the attention of the surrounding ancient demonic beasts. They roared for no reason as shadows of beasts appeared one after another. When the beasts sensed the spatial fluctuations, pairs of beast eyes looked towards Du Xiaofu in unison. They seemed to have sensed that a peerless ferocious bird that was in a deep slumber was slowly awakening at this moment. What's going on? Thunderhawk King and Mia Meng King immediately sensed that the commotion was extremely abnormal. They probed with their minds, and it wasn't difficult for them to detect that the aura rippling from Du Xiaofu's body was extremely powerful and strange. Unconcealable astonishment flashed across their eyes. In an instant, the entire lightning luster mountain range started to become restless, as dense beastly roars continued to ring out. Mo Tianxiao looked at Du Xiaofu as his brows twitched. Suddenly, he said to Yun Mu and Dang Hu, "Retreat, quickly retreat." Whoosh whoosh, Yun Mu and Dang Hu didn't doubt Skywolf Mo Tianxiao's words and immediately retreated. They also sensed that there was an oppressive aura brewing around Du Xiaofu's body. If it were to erupt, it would definitely be terrifying. Boom! Just as Yun Mu, Dang Hu, and the others retreated explosively, golden talisman markings, purple lightning, and strange ancient talisman markings shot out from the depths of Du Xiaofu's body like an erupting volcano. Du Xiaofu's clothes fluttered as various talisman runes that were shockingly resplendent soared into the sky. In the end, under the astonished gazes of the surrounding beasts, the ancient runes around Du Xiaofu's body condensed and transformed into an enormous 8 trigrams diagram in the sky. The golden talisman runes and the purple lightning runes fused together and condensed into an enormous purple-gold thunder rock. Inside the 8 trigrams diagram, energy fluctuations rose and fell like an ocean. Strange phenomena filled the sky as dazzling runes of various colors surged in all directions. At the center of the 8 trigrams diagram, the purple-gold thunder rock spread its wings. An incomparably tyrannical aura began to seep out from the 8 trigrams diagram. Purple-gold light burst out from the 8 trigrams diagram, as if a sun was about to rise in this ancient space. Within the 8 trigrams diagram, the violet-gold thunder rock's dazzling violet-gold lightning shot out into the sky as if it was flapping its wings and soaring into the sky. Its ferocious might covered the sky and spread out, causing the entire ancient space to tremble. When all these strange phenomena appeared, the terrifying pressure caused the surrounding ancient demonic beasts to tremble in fear. Boom! Behind Du Xiaofu, 9 divine rings appeared in the sky, exuding an oppressive aura. At this moment, from the depths of the sky above this ancient space, an enormous energy beam descended like a god from beyond the heavens. It pierced through the void and finally landed around Du Xiaofu, who was sitting cross-legged on a rock. The divine light enveloped Du Xiaofu, crossing space and time. When it shone on Du Xiaofu's body, the 8 trigrams diagram around Du Xiaofu suddenly erupted with a dazzling light. In an instant, within the 8 trigrams diagram, wind, rain, thunder, and lightning descended. Mountains, swamps, and the earth moved. Boom! An incomparably vigorous and tyrannical aura swept out from Du Xiaofu's body like a hurricane. In a short instant, Du Xiaofu's body stood up and stepped into the center of the 8 trigrams diagram, connecting it to the surroundings. A vigorous and tyrannical aura howled endlessly. Nirvana liberation. At this moment, Mo Tianxiao raised his head slightly and looked at the purple-robed man in the center of the 8 trigrams diagram. His green eyes twitched violently, and he seemed to be a little stunned. A moment later, he came back to his senses and sucked in a breath of cold air. Chapter 17:12. At the center of the 8 trigrams, the purple-gold thunder rock was entrenched in the sky. Vast and mighty heavenly might filled the ancient space. The flashing lightning arcs in the surrounding space were all devoured. What a terrifying aura! Under such pressure, even the expressions of the Thunderhawk King and the Mie Meng King changed at this moment. They felt a heavenly might that was difficult to endure. At this moment, the other ancient demonic beasts around the mountain range had already prostrated themselves on the ground. How can the Nirvana realm be so strong? He's obviously stronger than Sirius, the Thunderhawk King quietly said with a trembling voice. He had sensed the frightening aura of the heavenly wolf before. However, at this moment, he sensed the aura of Du Xiaofu's breakthrough. Just how frightening was that? It was definitely much more powerful and frightening than the heavenly wolf Lonely Sky Howl. He actually broke through to the Nirvana realm. This is unbelievable. How old is this human? Mie Meng King couldn't help but feel shocked. It was too unbelievable. He knew that Du Xiaofu was a young man, but he had already reached the Nirvana realm. Mie Meng King could be considered to be experienced and knowledgeable in the divine domain. He had experienced the opening of the divine domain several times and had seen the geniuses and sovereigns of the outside world. But at this moment, looking at the purple-robed man in the 8 trigrams, he still found it hard to believe. Roar, the terrifying heavenly might filled the sky, causing the surrounding to roar. A large group of ancient demonic beasts prostrated themselves in reverence. The huge purple-gold thunder rock was like a living creature, filled with the domineering and terrifying aura of a peerless ferocious bird. The heavenly might from the 8 trigrams was even more shocking. Stepping into the Nirvana realm, Sirius Mo Tianxiao was somewhat helpless at this moment. His green eyes were filled with unconcealable shock. Mo Tianxiao was definitely extraordinary. His talent was outstanding, and he had his own pride. The pure blood of Sirius flowed in his body. Mo Tianxiao had never lowered his head even when facing the dragons and phoenixes, let alone a human. However, ever since he had met the purple-robed man, Mo Tianxiao knew that the pride and arrogance that he had always been proud of in his heart was not even worth mentioning in front of that fellow. Too abnormal. Mo Tianxiao sighed helplessly. After a long time, he bitterly smiled and muttered to himself, his heart somewhat complicated. However, Mo Tianxiao was even more shocked. The more he interacted with him, the more he realized in his heart just how monstrous that fellow was. Originally, when Mo Tianxiao had agreed to follow him for 100 years, he had thought that perhaps it wouldn't be long before he could prepare to break through to Nirvana realm as soon as he left the divine domain. At that time, everything would reverse. After his miraculous breakthrough, Mo Tianxiao felt somewhat hesitant. He secretly felt that Du Xiaofu would not be easy to deal with. At this moment, Mo Tianxiao was very clear in his heart that if that guy continued to break through at such a terrifying speed, the gap between them would only grow wider and wider. How could he possibly catch up to that abnormal guy? In midair, Du Xiaofu and the purple-gold thunder rock were connected to each other on the 8 trigrams diagram. Bathed in the baptism of the energy of heaven and earth, his aura was rising. His liberation seems to be a little special? Mo Tianxiao looked into the distance in shock. As he looked at the strange diagram and the purple-gold thunder rock, he felt a vast might. It was not difficult to see that Du Xiaofu was using the strange diagram and the purple-gold thunder rock to break through to Nirvana realm. Generally speaking, it was already good enough to step into Nirvana realm after comprehending one's true self through one's profound meaning. However, at this moment, Heavenly Wolf Mo Tianxiao clearly felt that the strange diagram and the purple-gold thunder rock contained several terrifying auras. The surrounding ancient demonic beasts roared and crawled. Mo Tianxiao, Thunderhawk King, and King Miemeng were shocked. However, this did not last for long. The 8 trigrams in the sky slowly dissipated along with the purple-gold thunder rock. The strange phenomenon dissipated with the wind and finally completely calmed down. As the strange phenomenon dissipated, the electric arcs that flashed in the air of the entire mountain range also disappeared. However, as the strange phenomenon disappeared, the purple-robed man in the sky became clearer and clearer. He appeared in the eyes of Mo Tianxiao, Thunderhawk King, and King Miameng. Du Xiaofu quietly stood in midair with his eyes closed. Qi, suddenly, his tightly shut eyes opened. The light in his eyes flickered with a dazzling light, as if it had materialized and shot into the sky. At this moment, his eyes seemed to contain 2 8 trigrams, with a purple-gold thunder rock entrenched in the middle. Rumble, a terrifying aura swept out from Du Xiaofu's body at this moment. It was like a hurricane that whistled through the sky, causing the entire space to tremble violently. What a powerful aura! Feeling that aura, Heavenly Wolf Mo Tianxiao couldn't help but tremble. Huff huff, the aura retracted and disappeared in a flash. Accompanied by a mouthful of turbid air being spat out from his throat, Du Xiaofu's bones and joints emitted a clear cracking sound. The sound was sonorous as it entered his ears. On his exposed skin, one could faintly see that it was becoming more and more crystal clear, suffused with a purple-gold color. Peering inside his mind, Du Xiaofu slightly closed his eyes. He could feel that the primordial spirit in his mind's Naiwen palace and the vast profound energy in his body had once again expanded, like a vast ocean boiling. Is this the strength of the Nirvana realm? Du Xiaofu opened his eyes once again, and fluctuations appeared in his eyes. What shocked Du Xiaofu even more was that after stepping into the Nirvana realm, the movements of the various profound energies in his body had increased by another level. At this moment, Du Xiaofu had a feeling that with just a raise of his hand, he could directly blast apart an ordinary cultivator of the Great Domain realm and a cultivator of the Nirvana realm. Swish, Du Xiaofu waved his hand and clenched it, causing the surrounding space to tremble, as if the surrounding space could be forcefully crushed and exploded. He was able to control a large area of space with just a wave of his hand, and the living beings in the surrounding space would probably be crushed into a bloody paste. This kind of power seemed to be related to domains, forming a domain of one's own. However, Du Xiaofu knew that he was walking another path that very few people had taken, and he was continuing to reach Nirvana realm. Du Xiaofu was very clear that with his current Nirvana realm cultivation, once he activated the 8 trigrams diagram, the surrounding space would be under his control, and he should be much stronger than ordinary domain experts. Is this the feeling of power? Du Xiaofu clenched his fist slightly, and his heart trembled. Because he knew that he had always been facing such a huge monster like legalism, Du Xiaofu had never felt such a feeling of power in any of his previous breakthroughs. When facing such a huge monster like legalism, the power of his previous breakthroughs could not be considered as power. However, now that he had stepped into the Nirvana realm, Du Xiaofu finally felt this feeling of being filled with power. Countless creatures pursued the Nirvana realm for their entire lives, but there were only a few who could step into it in this world. However, Du Xiaofu did not think that he would be able to contend against legalism at the Nirvana realm. If he wanted to truly contend against legalism at the Nirvana realm, it was still far from enough. It could only be said that this kind of power had made him stronger. Back in Stone City, Du Xiaofu had never thought that he would be able to reach such a level, but now he had done it. It's still not enough, Du Xiaofu muttered softly. Legalism, dragons, school of vertical and horizontal, and the devil religion. His current strength was still not enough. After a while, Du Xiaofu's figure landed. Master! Yun Mu, Donghu, and the others had already gathered around. You broke through? Mo Tianxiao stepped forward and sized up Du Xiaofu from head to toe, and realized that his question was a little unnecessary. Yes, I have to thank you. Du Xiaofu smiled at Mo Tianxiao. It was indeed because of Mo Tianxiao's enlightenment that he was able to break through so quickly. However, these words of Du Xiaofu caused Mo Tian Xiao to feel an inexplicable sadness in his heart. He did not say anything and quietly stood by the side. It's good that you've broken through. We have more confidence in entering the great danger ground, the Thunderhawk King said with a smile. At this moment, he looked at Du Xiaofu as though he was looking at a monster, and his heart was surging with emotions. Then let's prepare to enter the great danger ground, Du Xiaofu said with a smile. Originally, he wanted to make sufficient preparations to enter the great danger ground. Now that he had broken through to the Nirvana realm, although it was delayed by a few days, there was no doubt that he had more assurance. Master, the people you asked me to look for have made some discoveries. At this moment, Yun Mu opened his mouth and said to Du Xiaofu, not far ahead, my people have discovered some humans. They seem to be people of legalism. Chapter 17:13. Legalism people. Du Xiaofu's eyes flashed with undisguised coldness when he heard this. There were strange lightning plants everywhere in the mountains, flashing with electric arcs. A group of dozens of people was on high alert, shuttling through the mountains. The leader was an old man, whose eyes were shining with divine light and his aura was very powerful. There were a few experts beside the old man, but the aura of those following behind was obviously much weaker. Be careful, there are many ancient demonic beast descendants here. The old man in the lead warned the people beside him. Elder, some of these ancient demonic beast descendants have extraordinary bloodlines. It would be good if we could capture some of their young. Our beast forest was destroyed by the old golden-winged Great Pring Bird clan and that little bastard, so we need to replenish our demonic beasts. A middle-aged man said with hatred in his eyes. Legalism had never suffered such humiliation since ancient times, so legalism had always been secretly mocked and ridiculed by the world. These ancient demonic beast descendants can't be brought out. There were people who wanted to bring them out, but they were punished by the space of the divine domain and their spirits were destroyed. There were also people who used spatial treasures, but they couldn't hide from the space of the divine domain. These ancient demonic beast descendants can't be brought out. The leading old man's eyes moved. How could he not be interested? He also wanted to capture some primordial beast offspring and bring them back to the school of legalism. The school of legalism had already lost a great number of beasts in their forest and urgently needed replenishment. Some of these primordial beast offspring had extremely powerful bloodlines. Once they grew up, they would be extremely terrifying. Unfortunately, these ancient demonic beast descendants couldn't be touched by the outside world. What a pity! Hearing this, some legalism people felt that it was a pity. There were so many ancient demonic beast descendants, and they could see some young ancient demonic beast descendants with powerful bloodlines, but they couldn't bring them out. This will be the last time the space of the divine domain opens. When the time comes, where will these ancient demonic beast descendants go? Will they disappear with the space of the divine domain? A young man was puzzled. Rumor has it that these ancient demonic beasts will only have a chance to leave if they break through to the domain realm or the nirvana realm, said an old man to dispel the young man's doubts. Be careful. These ancient demonic beast descendants are not easy to deal with. Demonic beast descendants below the beast domain realm do not possess any intelligence. Some of the kings of the ancient demonic beast descendants are quite powerful. If you encounter them, it will be a great battle. Be careful and do your best to find that little bastard's whereabouts, said the leading old man. The heavens really have eyes. That little bastard actually didn't enter the Supreme Being tomb, missing out on the greatest opportunity. This is truly retribution. A middle-aged man spoke. He was inexplicably overjoyed, as if he had vented his anger. Chi-la, suddenly, a bolt of energy shot down from the sky like a bolt of lightning. Before the middle-aged man could finish his words, his body had already been smashed into meat paste by the bolt of energy. He didn't even have the chance to react. Be careful. The expression of the old man in the lead changed greatly. His aura surged, and mysterious talisman markings suffused and enveloped his entire body. The expressions of the several people around him were already greatly shocked. Some of them wore armor to protect their bodies, and some of them held treasures. They immediately stood with their backs against each other, and their expressions changed greatly. They were ready to fight. Roar. In an instant, a large number of ferocious demonic beasts roared out from the surrounding mountains. The earth quaked and the mountains shook as a ferocious aura swept out. There were ferocious birds flapping their wings in the sky, bringing with them a storm that engulfed the void. Not good, we have encountered a beast tide of ancient demonic beast descendants. Why are there so many ancient demonic beast descendants? The dozen people's expressions changed drastically. The densely packed beast tide was ferocious. They had never encountered so many demonic beasts ever since they entered the divine domain. Quickly kill our way out. We have to retreat. Otherwise, we will be in big trouble. The leading old man of the legalism group was also shocked when he saw such a terrifying beast tide. There would definitely be ancient demonic beast kings present. It would be extremely difficult to deal with them. Didn't you come to find me? Why are you running away when we haven't even met? A faint voice sounded as over 100 figures appeared in the void ahead. In the lead were Du Xiaofu, Mo Tianxiao, Thunderhawk King, Miameng King, Yunzhan, Dang Hu, and the others. Behind them were many ancient demonic beast kings who had revealed their true forms. There were several ancient demonic beast kings who were at the Great Domain Realm. The rest were Sealed Domain Realm and Initial Domain Realm demonic beast kings. So many ancient demonic beast kings. The ferocious aura of the ancient demonic beast kings was enough to make the dozen or so people of the legalism group turn pale. They had scattered to look for Du Xiaofu. How could they have expected to encounter so many ancient demonic beast kings? Du Xiaofu, it's him. Some of the people from the school of legalism recognized Du Xiaofu as soon as possible. In a single moment, their faces all changed drastically. There's only so few of you? Du Xiaofu hovered in the air, looking at the dozen or so people of the legalism group. Only a few of them were from the legalism group, while the rest were likely followers of legalism. Du Xiaofu's gaze fell on the leading old man. He had seen him in the legalism group, and Du Xiaofu could not forget him. This was an elder of the legalism group, and his cultivation was close to the peak of the Great Domain Realm. Swish. There was no need for words. Du Xiaofu attacked, his figure shooting toward the leading old man. Little bastard, the God Domain space is no longer suppressed. It's not your turn to act recklessly. The leading old man clenched his teeth. Relying on his cultivation, which was close to the peak of the Great Domain Realm, he slashed out with his sword. Boundless sword energy swept through the air, sweeping toward Du Xiaofu. Is this all you've got? Du Xiaofu waved his sleeve, causing the void to tremble as all the sword energy was repelled. Kill! The old man shouted. He changed his sword art, and the sword hilt flew out of his hand. Runes erupted, turning into a shocking sword that pierced through the void and shot directly toward Du Xiaofu. Du Xiaofu was fearless. His figure paused for a moment, and with a wave of his hand, he stretched out his index and middle finger, gently catching the sword that pierced through the void between his fingers. Buzz! The sword hissed like a thunderstorm, erupting with dazzling runes. However, at this moment it was caught between Du Xiaofu's fingers, unable to break free or move at all. At this moment, the leading old man's expression changed. At the same time, runes that blotted out the sky and covered the earth rushed out, converging into a grand momentum. Boom! The legalism Dharma momentum was activated, and the leading old man activated his meridian spirit, which was a giant bear. He also activated his extraordinary martial vein, which seemed to have turned into a huge void vortex, erupting with a terrifying pressure, forming a terrifying force that distorted the void. With a vast momentum, it crushed toward Du Xiaofu. Rumble, as such a grand momentum swept down, heaven and earth trembled, and a large area of the void collapsed. Strange phenomena appeared in the sky, and the roars of beasts were like thunder. It was as if there was destruction. Qi La, under the expectant gazes of all the legalism disciples, the terrifying grand momentum instantly enveloped and crushed Du Xiaofu. Unfortunately, the terrifying aura that enveloped Du Xiaofu and caused all sorts of phenomena to appear in the sky were forcefully stopped a few meters away from Du Xiaofu. The vast momentum collapsed and enveloped Du Xiaofu's figure, but he was unshakable like a boulder. Holding the sword with his fingers, he looked forward and waved his sleeve indifferently. Break! In an instant, the leading old man, who was almost at the peak of the greater domain realm, and the legalism Dharma momentum immediately trembled. Then, under the trembling and horrified gazes of the legalism disciples, the void directly collapsed inch by inch like fireworks. In the end, everything turned into nothingness. The leading old man of the legalism disciples vomited large mouthfuls of blood. His face was as pale as ash, and his eyes were filled with horror. A purple figure had already crossed the void and arrived in front of him. Du Xiaofu stretched out his hand, and runes erupted. Divine light filled the sky and directly imprisoned him in the void. The claw also grabbed the top of the legalism elder's head. In an instant, the leading old man screamed in pain. He felt a stabbing pain in his head. He realized that Du Xiaofu was searching his primordial spirit in his Naiwan palace, but he was powerless to stop it. Kill, at the same time, Yun Mu, Dang Hu, and the others had already led the crowd to kill, and a vast momentum swept toward the remaining legalism disciples. In an instant, the energy collided and roared like thunder. However, it didn't take long for these legalism disciples to be dealt with by Yun Mu, Dang Hu, and the other monster kings. Some of the legalism disciples wanted to self-destruct, but the Thunder Eagle King and Mia Meng King interfered and easily destroyed them. After a moment, Du Xiaofu withdrew the claw from the head of the legalism elder and wiped away the imprint on the treasured sword in his hand before putting it into his spatial pouch. Grand Domain Realm, it's not bad to refine into a puppet. As his voice fell, Du Xiaofu was somewhat reluctant, but he didn't have the time to refine it. With a wave of his hand, a hole gushed out from the forehead of the legalism elder, and his soul was extinguished. His physical body was thrown to Yun Mu, who had transformed into his true form and devoured it in one gulp. He would be able to absorb a lot of benefit. The leading legalism elder only knew how Qin Wudi had been defeated when he died. In this short period of time, the Demon King was no longer the same as before. At this moment, he was already so powerful. Want to find me? Take your time. From the primordial spirit of the legalism elder, Du Xiaofu found out that legalism had entered the divine domain. Many grand domain realm cultivators were searching for his whereabouts, wanting to join forces with the school of vertical and horizontal, the dragons, and the others to deal with him. After another breakthrough and stepping into the Nirvana realm, Du Xiaofu wasn't worried about legalism, the dragons, and the school of vertical and horizontal since he was still in the divine domain. However, Du Xiaofu also knew that legalism, the school of vertical and horizontal, and the dragons probably hated him to the core. Once the divine domain was closed and he left, he would suffer the desperate revenge of legalism, the school of vertical and horizontal, and the dragons. Although he had the Golden-Winged Rock Clan as his backing, and he also had the help of the school of Yinyang, the school of Moism, and the school of agriculture, this wasn't what Du Xiaofu wanted. His own strength was true strength. My strength is still not enough. I still need to improve further. Although he had just stepped into the Nirvana realm, Du Xiaofu wanted to enter the ominous grounds even more. Who knows, he might be able to obtain something. Even if he couldn't obtain any great opportunities, tempering himself in dangerous situations would allow him to break through faster. Thunderhawk King, Miameng King, Can you do me a favor? Du Xiaofu said to Thunderhawk King and Meng King. Speak. Thunderhawk King and Meng King nodded. Everyone was now in the same boat. As long as they could do it, they naturally wouldn't refuse. Chapter 17:14. After we enter the ominous grounds, your men will help me deal with some forces that I want to kill. Yes. Du Xiaofu said to Thunder Eagle King and Meng King. Although he wasn't afraid of legalism, dragons, and the others, the desolate country and the others were still in the divine domain. If they encountered legalism, they would be suppressed. Second brother Du Yunlong, Yi Piaoling, and the others had already entered the supreme tomb. Since the divine domain was no longer suppressed, the desolate country was suppressed. Du Xiaofu couldn't help but worry. No problem. Yes. Thunder Eagle King and Meng King naturally didn't have any problems with this small matter. They nodded in agreement. After that, Du Xiaofu couldn't help but ask Yunmu, Donghu, and the other ancient demonic beast kings to take care of the legalism, school of vertical and horizontal, and dragons. As for the desolate country, school of Yinyang, school of Mo, and school of agriculture, he had to ask them before making a move. He didn't want to hurt the innocent. After instructing Yunmu and the others, Du Xiaofu was satisfied and headed towards the ominous grounds with Thunder Eagle King, Meng King, and Sky Wolf. As for the demonic beast kings, even if they followed Thunder Eagle King and Meng King, they had a good impression of Du Xiaofu after eating the sea serpent meat and drinking the sea serpent soup. After sensing the aura of the real golden-winged Great Peng on Du Xiaofu, they didn't treat Du Xiaofu as a human. Naturally, they were happy to help. Following Yunmu, Donghu, and the others, they started to get busy. Then, a shocking scene appeared in the space of the divine domain. A group of ancient demonic beast kings were searching for the legalism, school of vertical and horizontal, and dragons. They didn't offend the desolate country, school of Mo, and school of agriculture. It must be that little bastard Du Xiaofu. He must be the one who controlled those ancient demonic beast descendant. Damn it. Humph. The experts of legalism, school of vertical and horizontal, and dragons shouted angrily. The strength of the kings of the ancient demonic beasts was not below theirs. In addition to the terrifying beast tide, they did not dare to fight back. They could only hide everywhere. Furthermore, this divine domain was the territory of these ancient demonic beasts. No matter how they tried to hide, they were still hunted down. Meanwhile, the instigator, Du Xiaofu, had already followed the Thunderhawk King and King Annihilation to appear outside a bottomless gorge with the Skywolf Lonely Sky Howl. There were many ancient demonic beasts at the entrance of the canyon. They were all under the command of the Thunderhawk King and the Meng King. Naturally, they did not affect Du Xiaofu at all. Instead, they led the way and passed through many dangerous areas outside the deep canyon. Inside the canyon, white bones were everywhere, emitting an eerie glow. Du Xiaofu had seen many powerful demonic beast skeletons. They had all been killed in the region outside this place of great danger. Soon, some figures appeared in the canyon, walking carefully. When they saw Du Xiaofu, the Skywolf Lonely Sky Howl, and the Thunderhawk King, they were surprised. This place of great danger was very strange. Regardless of whether it was day or night, the surroundings were dark, cold, and boundlessly deep, just like before dawn. Up ahead is the depths of the place of great danger. No living being can walk out. Hence, it is called Death Canyon. Every step inside is extremely dangerous and strange. The Thunderhawk King looked at the depths of the canyon before a large pile of skeletons. The boundless void in the surroundings prevented their vision from prying too far. Looking at the depths of the canyon, the Meng King's eyes were filled with fear. Back then, she and the Thunderhawk King did not dare to go deeper and retreated in a sorry state. It was too dangerous inside. Let's go. Du Xiaofu stood there and probed with his consciousness for a while. He did not dare to be careless. However, he was not obstructed because of this. His figure flashed and continued to go deeper. The Thunderhawk King, the Miameng King, and the Skywolf King followed behind. Boom! After a while, a huge energy palm stretched out from the boundless void. It carried an ancient aura, as if it had crossed through time and space from the ancient times. It seemed to have crossed tens of thousands of years and grabbed at Du Xiaofu, the Skywolf Lonely Sky Howl, the Thunderhawk King, and the Miameng King. That terrifying energy palm distorted the space. The aura of destruction leaked out. Everywhere it passed, the aura of death would sweep out, destroying everything. Boom! At the same time, Du Xiaofu waved his sleeves and flapped the sky-shaking wings. Golden light burst out and collided with that huge energy palm. The void exploded, and resplendent runes flooded the space as energy surged out. Be careful! The Thunderhawk King and the Miameng King were already on guard. Their expressions changed. At this moment, the Skywolf King also frowned slightly. His eyes surged with green light. He did not dare to be careless. Thump thump! Du Xiaofu's figure staggered back under that huge energy palm. He rubbed against the ground as he retreated several steps, causing the ground to crack. What a powerful force! Du Xiaofu stamped his foot on the ground and stabilized his body. His purple robe fluttered as he looked up at the void. That huge energy palm was already calm, without any fluctuations. However, the frightening handprint from before had caused Du Xiaofu to be astonished. It had an ancient aura. It is indeed dangerous, Du Xiaofu softly muttered. No wonder this place was called the Death Canyon by the ancient demonic beasts. That mysterious giant energy handprint just now was enough to directly kill a sealed domain stage expert. It was likely that even a great domain stage expert would be seriously injured. We should be careful. Looking around, Du Xiaofu found that everything had returned to silence and nothingness. He continued to venture deeper. The deeper they went, the more vast the canyon became. Occasionally, auspicious light would surge out from the rocks on both sides of the canyon. White mist flowed, and there was a strange aura fluctuating. However, the dense and ice-cold aura also became denser. The ground was littered with skeletons, which made everyone nervous for no reason. Swish swish! Suddenly, a sword light slashed down from the sky. It brought with it the sound of breaking wind. The sword light erupted with dazzling runes. Its energy was shocking as it slashed towards Du Xiaofu, who was in the lead. Roar! Du Xiaofu drew his sword and slashed out with the purple-gold heavenly tower. The cries of ghosts and gods, the roars of dragons and tigers, and the cries of birds and turtles reverberated as the purple and gold sword rays collided. Walala, as the two sword rays collided, dazzling arcs of electricity flickered, causing space to shatter. Frenzied energy swept through the void and stopped in the distance, dissipating into nothingness. A few moments later, several figures appeared a few thousand feet ahead. They were several elders and middle-aged men and women, leading several youths. They were also very cautious, and the auras they exuded were very vigorous and powerful. Not good. Run. Suddenly, an old man in front of them cried out in alarm. One figure after another immediately flew back in panic, as if they had seen the most terrifying thing, and their eyes were filled with fear. Rumble, behind those figures, a large wave of energy light swept out like a tsunami, blotting out the sky and covering the sun. The ancient symbols were faintly accompanied by the continuous roars of beasts as they swept over with unparalleled strength. The speed of this terrifying energy was much faster than the speed at which the figures were fleeing. It was so overwhelming that it sealed space, leaving no place to hide. In the blink of an eye, the energy wave had engulfed the figures. Ah! Miserable cries rang out as the terrifying energy wave engulfed everything and swept towards Du Xiaofu, Sirius, Thunderhawk King, and Miameng King. This terrifying energy wave shook the heavens, and wherever it passed, space shattered. Dodge! Du Xiaofu bellowed as golden light surged on his body, turning into a golden halo that protected Thunderhawk King and Mie Meng King. Walala! That terrifying energy wave swept past like a hurricane sweeping through a sand dune, destroying everything in its path. After a few breaths, the energy storm dissipated, revealing Du Xiaofu and the other three. Du Xiaofu's eyes narrowed as the golden light faded. The terrifying energy wave was too powerful, and it was enough to destroy the soul of a great domain realm cultivator. The four of them had not gone far, but they had already encountered several dangerous situations. The deeper they went, the more dangerous it would be. "They are dead," Sirius said. With his cultivation, he was naturally fine, but he was frowning at this moment. The few people in front of him had already turned into nothingness, and even their bones could not be seen. They had fallen. "It's too dangerous." Thunderhawk King had a lingering fear in his heart. He knew that if it were not for Du Xiaofu's protection, he and Mie Meng King would definitely be in trouble. Chapter 17:15. You guys can go back first. This place is indeed dangerous. Du Xiaofu sized up the front and said to the Thunderhawk King and Mie Meng King. This journey was filled with danger, and Du Xiaofu didn't know if he could protect the Thunderhawk King and Mie Meng King. "Since we're already here, let's take things as they come," the Thunderhawk King said. Although he was afraid, his eyes were filled with determination. This was their last chance, and they had to give it their all. So the four of them continued on their journey and charged into the vast Death Canyon. The canyon was getting wider and wider, and the air was filled with an ancient aura. Not long after, they could see a large amount of skeletons, and there were even many undying beast race secret bones. They were all ancient items, and if they were to be exposed to the outside world, any one of these secret bones would be sufficient to cause a storm in the outside world. Du Xiaofu didn't stand on ceremony and put away many secret bones into his Qiankuan pouch. But there weren't too many waves in his heart, as this wasn't the fortune he was looking for. The ground was full of rotting bones. When one stepped on them, cracking sounds could be heard as they turned into fine powder. Some of the bones of powerful creatures had gradually lost their spiritual splendor after countless years, becoming mortal bones that would decay. Swish, swish. Countless blade lights and sword shadows suddenly descended, accompanied by an ancient aura. The scene was shocking as it swept over. Du Xiaofu made a move to resist, and used a few moves in succession. He used the violet gold heavenly tower and the golden winged rock's beast energy to block it. The front was getting more and more hazy, and an enormous skeleton of a ferocious bird appeared. The skeleton didn't decay, and it was over 3,000 meters in size. Its entire body was dark red, and it silently stood there, looking ancient and mysterious. The surroundings were silent. "This seems to be the skeleton of a roaring flame beast," the Thunderhawk King exclaimed, as he recognized the origin of the enormous skeleton. It was the skeleton of a roaring flame beast. Roaring flame beast. Du Xiaofu's eyes lit up as well. The roaring flame beast was an ancient demonic beast that had long disappeared from the world, and its strength wasn't inferior to the bloodline of the Sky Wolf. Chi La. In an instant, a palm-sized flame rose up from the center of the enormous skeleton of the roaring flame beast. Du Xiaofu, Sky Wolf, Thunderhawk King, and Mie Meng King's eyes read flame beast, as they could clearly see that was the roaring flame beast's secret bones was emitting light. Crimson flames rose, and then the skeleton was ignited like a firework fuse. In an instant, the flames roared, igniting the entire huge skeleton, and the raging flames spread out. Roar! The skeleton of the roaring flame beast moved as if it was alive. Its eyes seemed to contain two seas of red flames. The huge skeleton stood up, shaking like a mountain peak. A terrifying ancient aura descended. The flames were not ordinary flames, they were not much weaker than the purple flames of the purple flame demonic phoenix. Roar! The skeleton of the roaring flame beast roared. Its aura locked onto Du Xiaofu and the others, and it began to roar and attack. What a terrifying aura! The Thunderhawk King and Mia Meng King activated their true forms, but upon contact, they were blown away by the roaring flame beast's skeleton. They spat out blood, and their eyes were filled with shock. The terrifying aura emitted from the roaring flame beast's skeleton was not something they could contend against. Du Xiaofu and Sky Wolf Mo Tianxiao made their moves together to suppress the roaring flame beast's skeleton. The skeleton was too powerful, enough to kill a domain realm expert. Once the scarlet flame touched it, even a spirit weapon would be burned into magma. Sky Wolf Mo Tianxiao and Du Xiaofu used their Nirvana sovereign power, and were panting heavily. They were in a sorry state, but they finally suppressed the roaring flame beast skeleton and pulled out the secret bones. Only then did they resolve the danger. Death Canyon, there is no exit. The Thunderhawk King and Mia Meng King sucked in a breath of cold air. It was no wonder that no one had been able to leave. In the divine domain, one's cultivation could not exceed the domain realm or nirvana realm. Just the roaring flame beast skeleton was enough to kill all intruders. How could they have a chance to leave? The four rested for a while, then continued forward. The ancient aura reverberated, and the space was silent. Rumble, but from time to time, a killing intent would descend, and a terrifying attack would sweep towards the four of them. The attacks were getting stronger and stronger. In the depths of the void, there was a resplendent spear light that descended like a thunderbolt. As the space collapsed, it locked onto Du Xiaofu, Sky Wolf, and the other two. Sky Wolf used his full strength, using his Nirvana sovereign power. Although he blocked the spear, his palm was bleeding and his face was pale. Be careful! Du Xiaofu also began to frown. The attacks in Death Canyon were getting stronger, and even Mo Tianxiao was injured. Continue. Mo Tianxiao did not retreat. He had already entered this deep, and did not want to give up. The four of them continued forward. Along the way, the attacks that appeared naturally were getting stronger, but the treasures they obtained were also getting more and more valuable. Puff, a peerless sword light pierced through the sky. Du Xiaofu blocked it with the purple-gold heavenly tower, using his full strength. Lightning flashed and thunder roared, supported by the Nirvana sovereign power, and activated the tyrant sword path. But in the end, Du Xiaofu vomited blood, and the purple-gold heavenly tower in his hand was sent flying. The web between his thumb and forefinger was also cracked, and blood flowed out. That sword was also blocked. A vast aura spread out, and a treasured sword fell, letting out a rumbling sound. The surrounding sword images fluctuated, and a vision appeared in the sky. That's a saint artifact! Du Xiaofu exclaimed. That treasured sword was definitely at the saint artifact level, and would not be inferior to the void sacred halberd that legalism had obtained. Roar! The purple-gold heavenly tower let out a rumbling sound, and its soul was boiling, wanting to devour that treasured sword. Buzz buzz! That treasured sword also felt the unfriendly aura of Du Xiaofu's purple-gold heavenly tower. It instinctively let out a rumbling sound, and resplendent runes appeared in the sky. Roar! The purple-gold heavenly tower erupted, and a baleful aura poured out, accompanied by the cries of ghosts and howls of gods. Azure dragon, white tiger, phoenix, and black tortoise phantoms spiraled out, enveloping the space. Under the astonished gazes of the Sky Wolf, Thunder Eagle, and Mia Meng, the purple-gold heavenly tower carried a kind of instinct and finally suppressed that treasured sword, and then began to devour it. What kind of treasure is that? It can actually devour other treasures. Mia Meng was somewhat dumbfounded, and Mo Tianxiao and Thunder Eagle King were also astonished. Du Xiaofu stuffed some spirit medicine into his mouth, chewed it up, and swallowed it. The wound between his thumb and forefinger healed under the effect of the indestructible Xian body. That sword was too terrifying, and it had also injured him. But at this moment, Du Xiaofu felt even more pain. The purple-gold heavenly tower had directly erupted and devoured a saint artifact. It was too late to stop it. Are you all right? Mo Tianxiao asked Du Xiaofu. The sword just now was so terrifying that he felt that even if he used his full strength, he would definitely not be able to withstand it. Abnormal, it's too abnormal, Du Xiaofu said solemnly, looking at the boundless canyon around, and asked Mo Tianxiao, "How long have we been in here? 3 days, 5 days, or 6 days?" Mo Tianxiao hesitated, somewhat unable to feel it. In this death canyon, the deeper they went, the more they seemed to lose the meaning of time. "Do you guys remember how long we have been in here?" Du Xiaofu asked Thunder Eagle King and Miameng King. Miameng King shook his head and said, "I can't feel it, but it should be 3 to 5 days. This is abnormal." Du Xiaofu frowned, carefully looking around, and his mind was also secretly affected. "What's wrong?" Seeing Du Xiaofu's reaction, Thunder Eagle King asked worriedly. Along the way, he had already unknowingly treated Du Xiaofu as the center, and treated him as the leader. Du Xiaofu did not say anything and looked back and forth, occasionally using his mind to probe. While Thunder Eagle King and Miameng King were astonished, he even used the Redbone Horse Monkey's origin spirit. After a short moment, a wisp of a helpless and bitter smile appeared on Du Xiaofu's face as he said to Mo Tianxiao, "Thunderhawk King and Miameng King, if I'm not wrong, then we can't return anymore." Chapter 17:16. Can't go back? What do you mean? Thunderhawk King immediately became nervous. Mo Tianxiao and Miameng King also frowned as they stared at Du Xiaofu. "If you don't believe me, see if you can go back. You'll know after you give it a try," Du Xiaofu said with a smile. Thunderhawk King was a little confused. Mo Tianxiao also frowned. In the end, they really turned around and left with Miameng King and the other two, wanting to verify Du Xiaofu's words. "Be careful," Du Xiaofu reminded them. He did not follow them. Instead, he stared at the heavenly tower as it devoured the sacred artifact. Several hours later, the sacred artifact level sword had turned into ordinary iron. As for the heavenly tower, it took the initiative to return to Du Xiaofu's heavenly tower amidst the dragon roars and tiger roars and started to fall silent. No matter how Du Xiaofu called out, the heavenly tower did not respond. It was as if it had fallen asleep. As for the sword, it had already been devoured by the heavenly tower and turned into ordinary metal. After that, it cracked, shattered, and turned into nothingness. "There should be a great improvement," Du Xiaofu murmured. This was the first time the heavenly tower of purple gold had devoured a saint artifact. By the looks of it, the heavenly tower of purple gold was in a deep slumber. It was probably consuming the tremendous amount of energy it had just devoured. Once the heavenly tower of purple gold awoke, its grade would definitely increase drastically. Thinking of this, Du Xiaofu's heartache from losing a sacred artifact lessened a little. They should be anxious. After tidying up his clothes, Du Xiaofu smiled faintly. Then, he looked at the direction Mo Tianxiao and Thunderhawk King left in. 2 hours later, Du Xiaofu appeared before Mo Tianxiao, Thunderhawk King, and Miameng King in the vast canyon. However, the three of them were in a very sorry state. They were quite injured. When they saw Du Xiaofu, they were all shocked. "How did you find us?" Thunderhawk King and Miameng King were greatly astonished. After they turned around and walked for a period of time, they realized something was wrong. It seemed like there was no way back anymore. The scenery along the way was completely different. Those natural attacks did not weaken at all. Instead, they were getting stronger and stronger. The sudden attacks caused Lonely Sky Wolf to be injured several times. When they wanted to go back to find Du Xiaofu, they found that they couldn't. Behind them, there was still no way back. The three of them were anxious. When they saw Du Xiaofu again, they were naturally very surprised. "We can't go back, right?" Du Xiaofu looked at the three of them and asked with a helpless smile. "We seem to be trapped," Mo Tianxiao said. Du Xiaofu was right. They were indeed trapped. It was impossible for them to even return. Since the ancient times until now, living beings have entered Death Canyon but never left. Perhaps it's related to this strange place. Once they enter too deep, it'll be too late for them to leave. Meng King gasped. Back then, she and Thunderhawk King had entered Death Canyon. Fortunately, they didn't go too deep. Otherwise, they wouldn't be able to leave even if they wanted to. It must be related to this place. This should be a profound illusory realm, but it's also very real. No matter which direction we go, it's the entrance. There's no way back. There's only entry and no exit. Du Xiaofu said with a serious expression, "We're in an illusory realm, but the attacks are real. Therefore, it makes us believe that this is real and not an illusory realm. The deeper we go, the stronger the attacks will be. The treasures and rewards we obtain will be more valuable. It makes us lose our rationality and believe that a greater opportunity is right in front of us." Until Du Xiaofu paused for a moment. He looked at Sky Wolf, Thunderhawk King, and Meng King and said, "Until we can no longer resist and are killed by the attacks, we still think that we're only one step away from obtaining a great opportunity." What a terrifying illusory realm! Meng gasped. According to this explanation, they wouldn't even know how they died. A profound illusory realm. There's only death. Sky Wolf frowned. This illusory realm was luring living beings step by step, and they would be killed in the end. It was too dangerous. Then what should we do now? We can't go deeper, and there's no way to turn back. Thunderhawk King looked at Du Xiaofu with an expectant expression. He hoped that Du Xiaofu would have a way. "I've pondered for a long time, but unfortunately, I'm still unable to break out of this illusory realm." Du Xiaofu shook his head. He felt that it was getting more and more abnormal. In the end, he relied on the Redbone Horse Monkey's innate talent to confirm that this was an illusory realm. However, Du Xiaofu still had no clue how to get out. This wasn't an ordinary illusory realm. Even the Redbone Horse Monkey's soul was helpless. "We're finished. If we can't find the opportunity, will we be trapped to death?" Thunderhawk King was helpless. He never thought that he would be trapped to death in this illusory realm after entering this Death Canyon. "If we don't move, we shouldn't attract any killing intent." Du Xiaofu released his consciousness to the surroundings and said, "Give me some time. I don't think we'll be trapped to death, right?" Soon after, Du Xiaofu started to size up the surroundings. He pondered at times and formed hand seals at other times. Occasionally, he would attract fierce attacks from the illusory realm. Swish, swish. A gale swept past, covering the sky and the earth. It was capable of destroying everything. Rumble, a thunderbolt descended, bringing along a destructive aura. When these attacks passed through the air, Skywolf, Thunderhawk King, and Meng King were already covered in dirt. Their injuries worsened as they continuously vomited blood. "Why don't we think of a way together?" Mo Tianxiao said to Du Xiaofu. He truly didn't believe in Du Xiaofu. If Du Xiaofu attracted a few more terrifying attacks, they would be exhausted to death sooner or later. "Right, let's think of a way together." Thunderhawk King and Meng King agreed with Mo Tianxiao. They were even more worried than Mo Tianxiao. They were afraid that Du Xiaofu would attract more attacks and bring them down with him. Don't worry. It's fine," Du Xiaofu comforted Mo Tianxiao, Thunderhawk King, and the others. At this moment, he had already dug out everything he knew about formations in his mind. The art of divination, the 9 palaces, and 6 directions, as well as various formations. Why is it so complicated? If this is an illusory realm, then there must be a way to break it. Du Xiaofu muttered softly as he immersed himself in breaking the illusory realm. He also took out everything in the Heavenly Spirit record at the last minute, making all sorts of deductions and breakthroughs. Time passed slowly. Mo Tianxiao, Thunderhawk King, and Meng King stood at the side. They were even more nervous than Du Xiaofu. 9 palaces and 6 directions. The Tao gives birth to one. 1 gives birth to 2. 2 gives birth to 3. 3 gives birth to all things. Is that how it is? It was unknown how much time had passed, but it was certain that it was not a short period of time. As Du Xiaofu formed hand seals, ancient runes appeared in the void. Finally, they gathered in front of Du Xiaofu. They carried an ancient aura that transcended time and space. A large number of dazzling talisman patterns eventually formed an illusory door in front of Du Xiaofu. It was quiet, and the surroundings were dyed with resplendent talisman patterns. Break! Du Xiaofu waved his hand, and resplendent talisman patterns shot out from his palm. With a violent shake, the illusory door of talisman patterns in front of him immediately shattered. Chi! Chi! The surrounding space immediately trembled. The resplendent talisman patterns shattered like a mirror, and an ancient aura soared into the sky. At the same time, a dazzling light rushed out from the surroundings, and a vast plain appeared in front of everyone. The surroundings were ancient, and the 4 of them had a drastic change in expression. They immediately felt a vast aura, as if they had transcended time and space, and returned to the ancient times. What a brilliant illusion! Du Xiaofu had a smile in his eyes. He had finally broken the array. He did not expect the illusion to be closely related to the array in the Heavenly Spirit record. In the end, after comprehending the array in the Heavenly Spirit record, he managed to break through the illusion. This was enough to prove that Du Xiaofu had always been outstanding in terms of comprehension. If it was someone else, they wouldn't have been able to do it even if they had crammed the Buddha's feet at the last minute. We're finally out. Thunderhawk King and Mie Meng King were pleasantly surprised. They looked at Du Xiaofu with admiration in their eyes. What is that place? Sirius looked around, and his attention was attracted to the front. The plain in front was dyed with light, and a gorgeous light screen appeared. Multicolored light flowed within the light screen, and the aura was ancient, as if it was a sacred land. There's a treasure land in front of us, and it contains great opportunities. Thunderhawk King and Mie Meng King were pleasantly surprised. They looked ahead and felt the rich aura of treasure. That was a treasure land, and the 2 of them immediately rushed over. Du Xiaofu and Mo Tianxiao did not stay for long. There was an ancient aura fluctuating in front of them, and it did not seem like an ordinary land. Rumble, however, as the 4 of them approached and passed through the light curtain, a large wave of frightening attacks accompanied by ancient chi shot out in an incomparably resplendent manner and swept towards the 4 of them.